Друзі, і не забудьте. Доброго дня, друзі. Мене звати Денис Блочинський, я голова правління.
Good afternoon. Good morning, dear friends. I am one of the chiefs of this organization. Our program, Semantic Corpus, initiated a set of different interesting activities and the development of content that supports our interest in the fastest Euro-Atlantic integration, which is most important for Ukraine. Now, yesterday we had a very interesting forum dedicated to the role of the church in the society. We had conversations with intellectuals and we spoke about humanity, about in what way and how to position nowadays virtues in the measurement, in the dimension of the community, personal dimension, in the state dimension, and how to express the public stance of the church. Our today's meeting topic is the environmental dialogue, which is to do directly with military aggression of the Russian Federation in the territory of Ukraine, the crimes and offenses that it has committed, and what dimension and impact it has on the environment. And in many ways, how this is interlocked with both Ukrainian and the world space. All of these are challenges which are common for both Ukraine and Europe. We'll be speaking about the environment protection, about complex relations between parties, beings, and the environment. We will be talking about the systemic approach. The word environment is very frequently used nowadays in various for various ideas, but in the first place, we will be talking about relations between people, relations and connections between people, their actions, and unfortunately, today's context of these relations and connections, for the most part, is conditioned by the events taking place in Ukraine, meaning war and hostilities. There will be 3 panels during today. The first panel will be moderated by Lara Tarpakina, and it will be dedicated to the general approach, overall approach, and contemplating the consequences of the military aggression launched by the Russian Federation in the territory of Ukraine. Lala has stupendous experience. She's been working in the zone of Chernobyl for over the last years. The next panel to follow will be dedicated to nuclear and chemical challenges. And the last one, we will be communicating with several scholars, scientists, and some public figures, activists, who will provide their vision of different issues which are currently relevant for Ukraine. I wish everyone constructive discussion. Everything will be Ukraine. Hello and welcome everyone. We are beginning. Let us determine what goal we are pursuing today. For over 3 months, we have been fighting Russia in Ukraine, and we have to understand 3 things. First, what needs to be done to the environmental crimes and offenses, which are already 257, only the recorded ones. Everything happening in Ukraine in terms of environment can be checked in the application titled Eco Zagroza Gov.ua, which you can download onto your device and observe the situation as it is now. We presented it as the Ministry of the Environment in May this year, so that in real-time terms, real damages inflicted on Ukraine as a result of the Russian armed aggression can be observed. And the second, no less important objective is to make sure that the environmental aspect also becomes a powerful tool, a powerful weapon for Ukraine in the face of the whole world, because everything which is right now raging in Ukraine has great implications for the whole world. And now I would like to introduce to you our participants, distinguished speakers of our first panel, which relates to the environmental crimes, their implications, and what needs to be done in order to overcome. Tatiana Timochka, she is the representative of the All Ukrainian Environmental League. She will be sharing about the implications and consequences for every area of the environment in Ukraine. Director of the Environment of the Sea, Viktor Komorin. We will also hear from him about what's changing and what probably is still going to change in terms of the sea and eco-environment in Ukraine. Ex-parliamentarian and the head of the Commission on Environmental Policies, one of the initiators of the environmental policies of Kiev, Konstantin Volovey. Another fantastic speaker we're going to welcome today, and I would like to welcome him especially. This is the person who is very much into the knowledge of all to do with soil, Vasil Cherlinka. He will be sharing with us about the threats to soil and land overall, what the situation is like currently, what's going to happen, what is to be expected. Igor Hopchak, Deputy Chair of the State Water Agency, we will learn more about water resources and rivers in Ukraine. So let me invite our first speaker, Tatiana Timochko, and I hope that she will tell us not only about the environmental threats and environmental crimes of Russia and Ukraine, but also will throw a ray of light, because as we know, soon Ukraine is going to be connected to LIFE program, which is a powerful environmental EU program, and that's something I would like you to speak separately about. So hello, Ms. Tatiana, it's a great pleasure to see you.
Все? Чутно, не чутно, бо я нічого не чую. Пані Тетяна, вас не чутно. Може мікрофон?
Unfortunately, the speaker hasn't unmuted her microphone. Greetings to the participants of our event. It seems to me it's very emblematic, the title of our today's topic, Environmental Dialogues, because truly here we have the people who know accurately all about the environment of Ukraine. Prior to the war, they know how for 8 years Ukraine has been suffering from Russian armed attacks and aggression, both in the east of Ukraine and in the Crimea, where we lost some of the most unique natural territories. And when on February 24th, the aggressor launched the full-scale offensive on the territory of Ukraine, this was not just a military attack, because Russia, for the first time throughout the whole history of humanity, included in its military full-scale offensive actions aimed against some of the technogenic hazardous facilities, and nuclear component was also included in here, this so-called nuclear blackmail. So let me remind you that this is happening for the first time ever in the history of humanity, and even that scary, daunting, horrifying Second World War, which our forefathers lived through and survived. It simply seems to be a number of different military actions, but here we can see a purposeful destruction of different facilities which are of no military concern for the occupants, occupiers, but rather are technogenic hazardous facilities, destruction of which will result in very dangerous ramifications for both the environment and people living nearby. And in this connection, I would like to remind you about the protocol as addition to the Geneva Convention approved in 1939, which emphasizes that in the event of military campaigns between the parties which are involved in the military conflict will have to make sure that environmental losses are minimized. For the aggressor attacking Ukraine, this means nothing. But according to these documents, we can qualify the actions of Russia as a crime not only against humanity, but also crimes and offenses against nature. And it's true that in Ukraine, they began to record all of these offenses and crimes, starting with the first days of the hostilities, and the Ministry of the Environment and the Natural Resources and different inspections in the subordination, various environmental protection organizations throughout the full board of Ukraine keep collecting all of these cases, record them in accordance with the Ukrainian legislation. Criminal proceedings are initiated in line with every recorded case of violence against the natural reserves of Ukraine, so that Ukraine, in a very logical and well-reasoned way, can file a claim with the International Criminal Court and the European Court of Justice to make sure that the aggressor country is brought to justice for its offenses. It's been more than 100 years of the war, and we have been able to see all of the categories of environmentally hazardous objects already touched by these hostilities. First of all, these were different oil processing facilities, which occupiers in the first days of the war immediately began to shoot and bombard. The emissions into the environment, into the air, are extremely dangerous because these are toxic substances that were spread to tens and hundreds of kilometers, and some of these fires couldn't be put out because there was no access to those facilities, and the occupiers prevented our emergency service employees to do their work. Very dangerous are also shellings of various industrial facilities. Here we can remember Охтирка, Mariupol, Kiev region, and enterprises where these facilities were virtually razed to the ground. And in peaceful times, these facilities were of danger to the environment. And one more hazardous incident was shelling and destruction of a significant part of Azovstal mill, where for dozens and dozens of years, dangerous waste has been accumulating right along the coastline of the Azov Sea. We are talking here about various chemical substances and compounds that are in very close proximity to water area. And the representatives of the Ukrainian Water League visited this facility back in 2019. There were threats, there were cracks in those facilities, and there was a threat of leaking for some of these dangerous substances into the water area nearby. So I can tell you, it's impossible to imagine the scale of the disaster which is in store for the Azov Sea if this tailing for the chemical substances gets burst. Beg your pardon, can I interrupt you and ask before I forget, so that we do not lose the context? Now we're talking not only about the threat to the Ukrainian environment, right? This has the direct bearing to the European countries bordering on Ukraine. And what's happening right now in Severodonetsk, in Azot land, I think also has a lot of ramifications, let alone the Azov Sea. All of the facilities located in Ukraine, either occupied or shelled and bombarded, will be impactful not only for Ukraine. Just as I was talking about Azovstal and its impact for the Azov Sea, it's the waste getting into the waters. Of course, there's also the threat that these poisoned waters, contaminated waters, will also leak into the Black Sea, and you can imagine what kind of a threat it will be for the Black Sea countries. Talking about our eastern regions, in the first place, as a result of Azot in Severodonetsk, the territory of Russia is under the direct threat because the winds get all of these contaminated substances even to the territory of the Russian Federation. The same goes, without doubt, for the seizure of Chernobyl and Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plants
захід на територію Чорнобильської
Russia.
АЕС окупантів.
Because right in the month of February, when the Russian occupiers went into the Chernobyl nuclear plant, this caused a huge danger to the proper settings and functioning of this enterprise. And although it's not functioning anymore, but it still stores and protects a lot of contaminated waste. There are also forests on the border, and the occupiers began to dig trenches, and all of this caused the high level of radiation contamination. Of course, these substances were carried long distances away, and if you can imagine that if there was a disaster in Chernobyl or Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plants, and Zaporizhzhia power plant is still causing a lot of danger and havoc. All of them pose very serious threat, not only for the safety of Ukraine, but in the first place for Ukraine. But this is also posing a risk for Russia, Belarus, and the European countries. Of course, the risk is immense, especially in the first days. We remember a lot of heavy machinery was there, and they began. Yes, the territory where for dozens and dozens of years it was prohibited to move, relocate, any construction was banned. And this radioactive dust and fallout, which had been immovable and protected for a long time, caused the spread of these hot so-called particles to be spread to huge distances. And this was also recorded exactly at the time when the Russian troops were there. And this was very much danger to the environment, because when we talk about the occupiers' actions starting with day one of war, even in 2014, back then in the east of Ukraine, our environmental league recorded back in 2014, 15, 16, recorded huge losses for the environment of Ukraine. Unfortunately, back then, we didn't manage to collect the full range of all of this data and to forward it in full scope to the International Criminal Court. But now I know that the Ministry of Environmental Protection is doing this work, and a full catalogue of the facilities damaged is maintained. Definitely, these are different sanctuaries and natural reserves. Despite the technogenic pressure, we also have unique territories in Ukraine which are long gone from European, for instance, steppes. Ukraine has the largest area of natural steppe zones, and in 2014, a considerable chunk of the Ukrainian steppe reserve was destroyed in the south. Some of the natural reserves were destroyed in the east of Zaporizhzhia region. We are talking about Meotida, a natural reserve. And of course, in Crimea, we have lost a big share of natural reserves, which in all these years, Russia has been destroying for various kinds of construction facilities. We know about some of the sanctuaries which were divided, and a gas pipeline was constructed instead. Another gorge, which has a fantastic population of juniper trees, unfortunately is being destroyed right now. And now in the territory of Ukraine, either being shelled or occupied, are no less than 3 biosphere natural reserves, 14 natural parks, and hundreds of sanctuaries of local significance. And in early spring was the time when birds and animals, insects, all of them were just waking up, and it was their mating season in order to procrastinate. And this was exactly the territories that were shelled and bombarded, and part of these animals and birds, of course, were destroyed. Forest fires destroy not only the forests and trees, also the soil, small insects, and this is a devastating blow on the ecosystem, once again, not only for Ukraine, because we have three international migration routes for the birds that traverse the territory of Ukraine. You can imagine that they were also shelled. They may have been also killed by devastating fires. So once again, this is not only a blow dealt on the Ukrainian ecosystem, but it's also a blow dealt on the populations of birds which during their migration were found in the territory of Ukraine. So talking about this list of the losses for the natural reserves, once again, you can imagine how large scale they are. And unfortunately, it's not over yet. Dolphins, for instance, in the Black Sea, these facts have already been recorded, either throw themselves on the coast of Crimea or lose their natural function of geolocating caused by shelling, explosions, and for instance, our counterparts in Romania and Bulgaria have already recorded these instances of the dolphins that lose their orientation because it's a unique capacity of dolphins for geolocation. So these animals, these beings, were observed to have lost this function of geolocation, and that means that they were doomed to die. This impact of the Russian aggression is really awful, and this is going to continue for tens of years. But it's realistic, plausible for the European countries, for the countries of the South, and this poses a direct threat to the environment in terms of transcontinental and planetary scale. Could you kindly tell us, from your perspective, although I understand that assessments cannot be accurate nowadays, how many years do you think it will take to overcome, at least in the nearest years, some of these implications? Because I understand nearly half of the natural resources of Ukraine are either occupied or in the area of hostilities. It's a huge, vast territory, and this is the ecosystem that covers not only flora and fauna, we also mean people. Because let me reiterate that the Chernobyl power plant and Zaporizhzhia power plant, they pose not only the direct nuclear fallout threat, but also human error may happen because the people who are under occupation cannot fully operate like robots, automatons. The work that ensures the optimum settings for these plants. And I remember how much scary it was to imagine what kind of human error it could be, right? And what devastation this could result in just when people feel that they are at the aim of guns. So how many years do you think it will take us to somehow normalize the ecosystem in Ukraine in particular? Well, you know, this is a really complex issue because in the world, this scale of the destruction of natural reserve has never happened. We haven't had such experience before. But for example, when I think about the previous 8 years, I always think back to grand efforts applied in the Donetsk region, for instance, to renew the infrastructure, to restore social facilities, as well as to restore nature. Let me tell you that with all this great number of programs, serious money invested, this can be done, well, I cannot say relatively quickly, but at least it can be done in the foreseeable future. So we will see, we will live to see it. So when we talk about the destruction of the national reserves and parks, Slobozhansky, Sveti Hory, the Holy Mountains, it's a unique area because there are centuries-old oak trees along the Donets River or Kremency, the National Reserve, Askania Nova in Kherson region, and some other facilities in the south of Ukraine. Let me tell you that the territory that was directly devastated, the territory that has some of the unique landscapes and plants, this will probably take no less than 35 to 50 years for the plant life to be restored. These are not tulips that can be relocated and planted, and next year you will be able to observe them, seeing the same beautiful steppe landscapes. Of course, it takes years and years. But in order to restore the infrastructure itself of these national reserves and parks, it requires really powerful efforts. And let me tell you that the Ministry of Environmental Protection has already planned, now without even expecting the end of the hostilities, we have already planned for the renovation of these territories destroyed or damaged in the first months in Kiev region, Sumy region, Zhytomyr region. So we would like to recreate these parks or create the parks in the territories where there were no military actions yet, so that we can continue developing these landscapes. Without a doubt, where there are hostilities raging or the territory is occupied, we have to wait for our victory to come, and then all of these measures will be implemented. But now, by the initiative at the behest of the President of Ukraine, you know that we have the National Council of Recovery, and the Ministry of Environment is also involved in the recovery plans. And this section of environmental protection that the ministry is involved in, with more than 300 experts involved in the preparation of this national plan of the environmental protection. Let me tell you that all of these measures are absolutely realistic, accessible. Definitely they are financially heavy for Ukraine, and given this, by the initiative of the Minister of Environmental Protection, Ruslan Strelets, unprecedented negotiations in terms of their speed and quality with the organization called LIFE. This organization takes care of financing and funding various nature protection areas. So soon Ukraine is going to sign a deal with this organization, and they will allocate quite an amount of money for the restoration of natural reserves in Ukraine. It's important to do it now, before the hostilities are over, to make sure that we, in the first place, don't lose. And for time, don't waste time. And of course, we continue to maintain the habitats for animals, like we have already established 10 centers of rehabilitation where we breed wild animals in order to help the environment, to rehabilitate, to restore, revamp. All of these measures within a very brief period of time can cause a very powerful restoration of natural areas. And I think that all of us will have to learn a real lesson of these disasters that for years and years we were faced with, and we tried to improve, when we tried to deal with some of the tailings in the industrial facilities or waste dump facilities that couldn't be cleared up for a long time. All of these problems that couldn't be dealt with for dozens of years will have to be resolved in the nearest future, because neighboring on the country, like Russia, does not provide us with positive perspectives. We cannot sit idle on our hands. We have to be ready, poised in terms of the environmental security, to ensure the protection for nuclear power plants, and of course for various contaminated areas which pose real danger not only during hostilities but in peaceful times. All of the European experts are ready to get involved in order to restore the nature in Ukraine and to develop the Ukrainian landscape so that we can reach the European percentage as a member of the, well, first as a member candidate for membership, and then as a member we need to make sure that we have no less than 30% of our territories to be naturally protected. and of them, 20% of these territories have to protect valuable species, plants, animals, valuable not only for Ukraine, but for the whole European context. This is the assignment that we are tasked with. And once again, we have to deal with it before the victory in Ukraine is achieved, because due to the support that we have, that Ukraine enjoys, we can do it. But this is not a flag that we're going to wave and say we're a candidate for the European membership. We're not going to be given this membership until we achieve European standards in the natural reserve, natural protection area. So there's a lot of work that all of us have to take care of. Okay, thank you very much indeed. So let's keep it up. I am with you 100%. And I would like to introduce to you our next speaker. I think let us invite Konstantin Yalovy. Let's give him the floor. He will be talking about the environmental strategy through the example of Kiev and its environmental strategy. And then it can be scaled up to any other agglomeration. So I would like to give him the floor at this point for us to see the plan, to see the foreseeable future. Once again, through the eyes of Kiev. Good afternoon, everyone. Greetings. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Konstantin Yalovy. First of all, I am not only a chief, I used to be not only the chief of the Environmental Commission working for Kiev, I'm also a father of 3 children. Therefore, the environment deeply concerns me. A lot of different initiatives have been initiated in this area, and it's true that the issues raised because there are hostilities raging in our country and damage inflicted on our land caused by the Russian forces. All of this will unfortunately will have to be dealt with in our country, the ramifications of all of these devastations. But every Ukrainian needs to be mindful that it's not only that the Russian aggression causes damage to our environment, but also the inhabitants of Ukraine. We see a lot of problems being broached today. In the past, people used to speak about them, but today they cry against them. A great number of people who moved to the west of Ukraine raised the issue of implementing waste management measures, and we can see a great number of landfill sites. There are dozens of them recorded officially. And what is going to be left after the war will also have to be dealt with for years and years. So do I understand you correctly that we are talking about the increase of waste in the west of Ukraine and also the accumulating waste in the occupied territories? So it's not only something which is caused by the IDPs. Unfortunately, this is the symbiosis of damage caused both in the east and in the west of Ukraine, because the environmental issues are so important for the recovery, for the restoration of our country. And I'm sure that this document that we, together with the general public, a lot of international organizations and experts developed 2 years ago, and last year, this document was approved by the Kiev City Council, which defines very clear directions like water, air, biodiversity, and waste management. Every town and city in our country can get involved, can join in this environmental strategy, which will, in the first place, allow all of us to proceed towards Europe, not only waving the flag, as the previous speaker said, But first and foremost, bearing in mind all of the challenges that we are faced with after we join the European community. Because nowadays, unfortunately, years on, after every Ukrainian and the Ukrainian authorities start placing an important emphasis on environmental security, unfortunately, this war, let us put it softly, forces everyone to think along different lines. And I'm sure that we mustn't forget, I hope so at least, and I'm confident that after the victory, we will still have a lot to do and contribute in our land for our country to become secure, environmentally secure and safe in true European terms, because we have a huge number of environmental facilities which play an enormous role for the whole world. This goes without saying. We will have to live here and we will have to pass it over to our children. Of course, we need to be mindful of that even before victory comes, which is near. With reference to Kiev, what stages should any environmental strategy contain? Well, the main areas of work that we have determined are more or less clear to everyone. Once again, these are air, water, biodiversity, green areas, and waste management. These are the major 4 areas of work. Each of them can, of course, be subdivided, but they already allow every town or city to proceed towards environmental security. And I'm sure that today we need to do very much in terms of awareness campaigns, raising awareness, starting with children and all the way to senior people. Why? Because without proper understanding concerning what damage can each and every one of us inflict on nature, we will never be able to ensure environmentally safe future for our children. In other words, you mean that there will always be a man or a woman who will dump their waste somewhere near a bus stop, in a small grove, or in a forest, something that we keep seeing everywhere. So what is the strategy about? What is its essence? Most importantly, is modernizing the infrastructure available nowadays. What is meant by that? Water supply, drainage. Talking about Kiev, let me tell you that we have more than 2,000 kilometers of drainage, water drainage, and there we don't have any water treatment facilities. If we're talking about waste management, again, we see that these landfill sites, they're overwhelmed. It's not a problem that appeared today. We saw these problems 5, 10 years ago in Lviv, for example, the west of Ukraine. And right now we have some outrageous examples of the military aggression. And this just increases the load on our environment and tension. We can also observe the reduction in green areas covering the whole territory of Ukraine. Of course, emphasis shifts because war and preserving human lives are at the top of our agendas. And that's something that we need to take care of in the first place. However, no one can forget that with the economic revival of our country, environmental safety and security will also have to be ensured. They will have to go step by step, shoulder to shoulder. Even if we can ensure very fine economic growth in our country, what good will that be if people cannot ensure a safe environment? Yes, it's true. The environment, if it is contaminated, kills us slowly but surely. So that's something that we need to be mindful of. So what is the first step that a territory should undertake in order to implement its environmental strategy? For instance, they have such a document, they have the sections, but what matters? The team, who will have to deal to deal with the implementation? Well, of course, there has to be a section of special department in every town or city responsible for the implementation of these areas of work, such strategies. But let me repeat myself, every town and city has to modernize a lot of areas of their work, starting with waste management, sorting waste, collecting garbage, and other areas, water treatment, purifying water, because we know that drinking water as we have it in our everyday life is not as safe as it is in many European countries. I can confidently tell you that in the city of Kiev, a system of water monitoring was launched. Of course, it doesn't work in its optimum to have full understanding of the facilities that destroy the environment and damage the air. But still, we already have more or less clear understanding concerning what manufacturing facilities located in different areas of Kiev emit various kinds of pollutants. The TTP in the area of Kiev started to work burning gas rather than coal, which has substantially improved the air quality in Kiev. And taking the example of Kiev and comparing your town or city, you can immediately see that such an environmental strategy can be scaled up, can be spread to other areas. Everybody understands environment and protecting the environment in different ways. For some people, it means planting trees. For others, it's sorting out garbage. For different people, it means energy, soil, water protection, but it's a comprehensive system, and we cannot just single out one or two areas of work. Pure water, pure soil is impossible without sorting out waste and without treating it in an environmentally safe way. And without these measures undertaken in the peaceful territories of Ukraine, the territories which right now are soiled with a lot of waste of burned and broken heavy machinery, the remains of burned houses and infrastructure, burned plastics, etc. Yes, I'm sure that today we have to understand, we as Ukrainians, not only Kievites, we have to be really caring about our environment and change together both the attitude as well as the developments, apply European developments in order to ensure environmental future for our country.
Зважаючи так, бо сьогодні я ж кажу, що всі змістили акценти на війну. Це зрозуміло, але якщо ми не будемо
Everybody is thinking about the war now, and this is quite understandable. But if we don't understand the environmental danger of today, I'm sure that this will be the second phase, which is going to cause a lot of problems to us. Thank you very much. We understand that we completely support everything you've said, and it's true that a war is a challenge to all of us. Each of us has to be even more responsible, especially those who are in conditional safety in the area of Ukraine. And well, it will be helpful people have to be helping to preserve the environment, even by sorting out the waste. Now, I would like to invite the next speaker so that we can discuss the issues which are related to the sea and what's going on in the areas which are close to the sea, to Black Sea and the Sea of Azov, and what are the threats and how the war has changed the ecosystem of Ukrainian sea. But I hope that the situation is not going to change the availability of the sea in Ukraine. Victor Komorin is the director of the Ukrainian Environmental Center. It's the Center for Environmental environment of the sea. Are you sure that the Sea of Azov and the Black Sea will remain Ukrainian seas? Yes, I'm absolutely sure. I believe that each Ukrainian believes that, and the majority of the world community believes that. And I have prepared a small presentation. Can I use the screen? Can I share my presentation?
Все є.
Добре, да, дякую. Зразу наступний слайд, будь ласка.
Thank you. The next slide, please.
Так сталося, що мені
It happened so that I was lucky to be born in Odessa. Oh, me too, me too. Every morning I start from coming close to the sea and actually say good morning to it. Sometimes I take pictures, and these are my pictures, and you can see that the sea could be different. It can be calm, it could be, well, it could be, but it could be stormy. But at the beginning of March, all of a sudden I understood that I look with different eyes at the sea. And I'm not looking at the state of the sea, whether it is stormy or not, but I am thinking that the Russian troops cannot really land in Odessa when we have the different situation in the sea. And the stormy sea gives us another day to prepare to fight this Russian troopers. And I will tell you what the situation was prior to the war and what are the consequences of the aggression of the Russian Federation, where on the coastline area, on the sea, and all the economy which was related to the sea, and what we are doing and what we plan to do now and after the victory as well. And the next slide, please.
Я перепрошую, пан Віктор, а ви можете
Victor, can you comment which particular consequences, major consequences, the most grave consequences well, have been caused? I will tell it. For the last 5 years, we have carried out expeditions not only to the Black Sea, but also to the Mediterranean and North Atlantic Sea and the South Atlantic Sea. So Ukraine was developing its activities very considerably strongly. You remember that at the end of 2021, by the order of the President of Ukraine, the activities were taken to develop the science of the sea and also research fleet. And we, in accordance with the European Directive on Sea Strategy, we started to build and construct the system of the quality management of the maritime environment. And we made very strong steps. These first steps were very strong. And after that, we have become a role model for the countries of the Baltics and the Danube countries. And it was in the forefront of the science at that moment. And we made an example to the other countries to follow. We have created our own strategy of the preservation of the sea. And all this actually was supported by Belgium. And they have actually presented Ukraine with a scientific research ship, which was renamed in honor of Ukrainian biologist and a scientist who is known to all the international community. And we were planning this year, and we already have allocated the funds for that. We were planning this year to carry out the expedition using this scientific ship and to carry out environmental monitoring, which is so much needed by Ukraine. And the next slide, please. And all this has been ruptured, destroyed by the war. The war
йде мова про прибережні території.
And first of all, we are talking about the coastline areas since the beginning of the war. And this is where the most difficult situation has been created due to the fortification, due to the movement of the troops, raiding, bombing, mining of the area, the fires, and the accidents at the enterprise as the result of this impact. And this brings about strong chemical emissions to the sea waters, and in some cases it might cause even radiation contamination. And at the Black Sea is being impacted the most. And the debris of the shells and the missiles which have been destroyed are falling into the sea, as well as the debris of the planes which have been destroyed. And this has a negative effect on the sea. We understand that. And you can see one of the examples of the satellite imagery. And it shows how the oil and oil products are being carried by the waters of the sea, and they harm the nature preserves. The Alexandrovska Peninsula was one of those protected territories. We always considered that the sea was very clean in the vicinity of this small peninsula, but due to this impact, we can see that even now, and we know that this impact is very negative and it's very considerable. And as far as I understand, at present, there is no opportunity to localize or somehow to provide the, safety of the peninsula. So these liquids are going to be carried by the waters of the Black Sea Basin. Yes, every time, when it happens, we are addressing the people through mass media. And when we also get the information from the ships which have sunk or the plane which has been hit and actually fell into the waters of the sea, we compare this information with the satellite imagery, and we can see how these oil spots are traveling in the sea, but we don't know how much of that oil has been poured into the sea. And the area of contamination could be large, but maybe the mass of this oil is not very large. But in the majority of cases, this oil is getting into the sea like the emulsion, and then it is depoted at the bottom of the sea, which actually creates the threats for the future. And as I've mentioned already, in Ukraine had plans to construct a system of the quality of the sea management. We understand that we had problems before the war, and there were the problems of the toxic contamination and also the problems which were related to biodiversity. But we have decided already how we are going to deal with these issues, and this strategy has been developed to improve the current status and what should be done to actually get the positive changes in the environmental status of the Black Sea. And of the largest impacts which have been made by the Russian Federation war on our environmental system and the contamination of the natural preserves, and some of them have been destroyed as well, and the national parks have been also destroyed by Russia. Starting from 2014, when Crimea was annexed, in the northwest shelf of the Black Sea, there is a number of gas extracting towers, and they were captured by the Russian Federation. For example, the Bezymena and Odessa in 2016, and then in 2017, we were trying to come closer to them to actually take this specimen of water and soil so that we understand what is the impact of this invasion on the sea environment. And then, even then, Russian soldiers who were guarding these towers did not let us to come closer than 5 miles closer to them, so that we cannot take a specimen, and they were shooting at us so that we can not approach them. And you were working on this strategy for a certain period of time, and it was quite a long period of time. It was not months or not 2 months. And how much time would you need to adapt this strategy to the new conditions which have been created? We understand that the only chance we have to properly rehabilitate our country, and in all the senses, to be prepared, to be ready to start working after the victory. How much time we will need to adapt your strategy, which is already existing, taking into account the losses which have been incurred by us due to the Russian Federation invasion? Adaptation of this strategy will need maybe 6 months and to 12 months after the war is over. But the implementation of this strategy, and this is one of the very complex phases. And we even now have already calculated that we will need in the short-term period to implement this strategy and taking certain actions. And we also long-term period as well. We thought that the short-term period is 3 years and the long-term 12 years will be needed to approach the more or less positive environmental condition in the seas of Ukraine. As of the status of 24th of February 2022, how much time we will need to come back to the baseline? To the baseline. Well, prior to the invasion, or these 3 years will enable us to improve the situation, make it better than it used to be, as far as the baseline is concerned. You mean that that within the 3 years we would do enough to improve the situation in comparison with the baseline when the first explosions actually took place in Ukraine? Yeah, well, maybe we will be able to do it, maybe, because first of all, as it was mentioned here, Ukrainians have demonstrated that they have the spirit of winners, and we will be able to rehabilitate our country, and we will take all the measures necessary to rehabilitate the country. And secondly, now the international community is helping us, and European Union is not simply helping, but the war is over. We are going to arrange the comprehensive environmental expedition, which will show what has changed in the ecosystems of the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov, and what is happening there now. Because actually we made the comprehensive assessment of the environmental situation in the seas in accordance with the European strategy and European requirements. And we have this baseline information. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. The current is not the only problem which might hamper us from properly assess the damage, because there is another problem. And in general, whether it is possible to make Russian Federation liable, and because we know at present that Russian Federation has exited all the courts, international courts, which even they have exited from the European Court for Human Rights. And we know that now in Ukraine, the process was started to create a legal mechanism to actually make Russia liable and the pay for the damage. And I know that quite a difficult road in front of us is, and we have to document all the cases of damage. And at present, the general losses have been assessed, and it's approximately 202 billion hryvnia. And now we would like to invite Vasil Chernenko to the floor. He is a doctor of sciences, and he will tell us that why everything which is happening in Ukraine from the point of view of the damage to the environment could be called an ecocide, which is being carried out by the Russian Federation and its troops in the Ukrainian territory. Vasil Cherlenko, please, you're with us. Good afternoon, esteemed audience, and glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. I'm Vasil Cherlenko, and I would like to offer you a short informative block, which is about the destructive influence on the soil of Ukraine. According to the Constitution of Ukraine, soil is the main wealth of Ukraine, and it is being protected by the state. I have prepared a small presentation, and if I may, I would like to share the screen. Yes, it's there. It's on the screen. It's shared. So, why it happens so? The matter is that Ukraine, actually produces the majority of the GDP at the expense of the agrarian production, and this is due to the Ukrainian soil, and this is one of the largest assets of this country. And it is necessary to mention that a lot of people actually do not understand what is the difference between land and the soil, because land is an economic category, and the soil is part of the land, which is the unique kind of soil which has been formed in Ukraine for the last 12,000, 8,000 years, and it has been formed during a long period of time. And if it is destroyed, we need a lot of time to restore it to the previous situation and the previous status. And among the biospheric functions which are being carried out by the soil, we have to mention the main ones, and they are on the flight physical stability and support, and filtering and buffering, and nutrient cycling. And also it's the basis for the production of the food, and the agricultural production to a great extent is destabilizing these functions. But what even can we say about the military actions when these military actions are not controlled, and they really bring about the global annihilation of these properties of the soil? If we look at the map of the military action, we can see that the area of Ukraine which is affected by the war is quite large. And if we transpose this map of military action over the map of the soil, and we can see that the main, the big ratio of the territory under military action are the black soil. Then they are marked in brown here. This map has been developed by the National Research Institute named after Sokolovsky. And we can see which particular soils have been affected by the military action. The largest part of soil which has been negatively impacted are the black soil, 50,000 square kilometers, and so on and so forth. You can see it on the graph, various types of soil which has been affected. And actually, the black soil are the most fertile. And these are the major soils in the agrarian production. And whether this situation of destruction of soil, if it is not being halted and addressed, whether these soils are going to be brought back to the baseline status. In reality, it might happen gradually. If you look at the next slide, you can see the areas under the war actions. Well, actually, if it is not repaired, you can see that the ecosystems might regenerate themselves, but it is not always happening. And if it is moderate climate, it can be regenerated. But in the arid zones, actually the military actions are destroying the soils and they cannot be regenerated, and these processes are irreversible. So this area mostly is located in the southern parts of Ukraine. And each hectare of the soil which we are losing due to the military actions is quite valuable. At the next slide, you can see the definition of ecocide and everything which Russian Federation Army is doing in Ukraine actually can be defined by the term of ecocide. It's a mass destruction of flora and fauna, positioning of the atmosphere of water resources, as well as other actions that could cause an ecological catastrophe. When we are assessing the damage to the soil, we have to remember that it could be direct and indirect, inherent, implicit. And if, for example, the chemical plants are being destroyed, all the emissions of the leakages of the chemicals are being absorbed by the soil, and they have a negative effect over the ecosystem. And the soil is the heart of the ecosystem. So we can say that, in principle, to assess, calculate, and understand how we can measure the awful impact and the damage which has been made by the Russian Federation, we have to think about the prolonged history, well, for the next 100 years is going to have an effect on the yields, on the quality of the yields and ability to seed the soil. And we won't be able even to assess the specific losses even after the war. It's absolutely correct what you're saying. There is a methodology to assess the military action impact on the soil, and I will tell you at the end of my intervention. But now, to answer your question, I'd like to tell you the following. Yes, it's a prolonged history. This methodology assesses everything which we have now, as of now. But when we are going to look at the situation in many years before, you will see that it has a long-term effect. And this impact actually could be assessed when physically the soil has been destroyed, but the chemical contamination might not affect the yields, but it will be affecting the quality of the foodstuff which is grown on these soils, especially when this happens in the area of the intensive military action, and a lot of chemicals have been emitted into the soil, and it stays in the soil for a long period of time. The most important destructive factors of destruction of the soil are the movement of the weapons, also the chemical weapons, igniting weapons, and explosives and the most negative is the impact has the nuclear weapons. Some of the shells have even uranium in them. And now we have the cases when the soil are being contaminated by the uranium particles. And these are radioactive contamination. And at this slide, we can see that in the West, environmental aspect is being paid a lot of attention to, because the military action not only affect the army of the enemy, but they also affect the environment of the military area of the military actions. In long-term perspective. That's why the West pays attention to this aspect. But well, the military action by the Russian Federation actually violates all the laws, humanitarian laws and war laws and the environmental laws as well. Here we can see the list of physical impact of the military action on the soils. Combat tactic, including maneuvers of heavy wheeled weapons. And you can see these pictures, which give a very good illustration of all these negative effects. This is the damage of the soil when the military troops counteract the offenses, and also the results of the artillery shelling. And this field becomes absolutely not the field cannot be used due to the artillery bombing. And actually, the underground waters currents are being changed, and actually these fields could be converted and transformed into the marshes in 2 or 3 years, and it will be impossible to farm there. And also the landmines. And this is a problem which should be resolved first of all. And well, let us imagine that the war is over, and I hope that it will end soon. And we can see that huge areas have been mined by just simple mines or the distance mines. And in the area where there were no military action, well, we can find mines. And we already have seen the cases when people were killed or traumatized, and also the agricultural machinery was destroyed, and the cattle was destroyed. And well, this was the area which was not exactly the theater of military action, but these mines were thrown to a long distance. Effects on the combat traffic are also very hard. The tracks made soil more vulnerable to erosion and runoff. And after the military action, this becomes really a problem. And also these are the effects due to the fires on the agricultural land and the usage of the systems which are called Солнцепек. Actually, they are igniting the fires, and not only flora and fauna is being destroyed, but also the soil becomes impossible for the water to penetrate, and the water erosion starts from them, or the lower parts of the soils are being over-dried and the plants cannot develop properly. And the chemical effect of the military action on the soil is the following. This is a short block of issues which is related to that. So these are the effects of soil contamination with the potentially toxic elements and metal debris, which are rusting, and they emit plumbum and all the elements of the table of Mendeleev, and the effects of soil contamination by energy compounds, and also with the chemicals. And the next slide that tells us about the methodology of risk assessment. To properly assess the impact of all these actions and activities on the soil, there is a scientifically developed methodology which allows us to do it at a high scientific level. First of all, these are field visits. and to see and actually how many what damage was caused to the soil. The next phase is the surveys and studying the specimen and then specifying the risks in the long-term perspective, including the economic assessment of the damage which has been caused to the soil. And at the next soil, you can see a table which generalizes all this information which I have given to you. And it shows the relevance between the type of actions and military actions and environmental consequences, which might be direct and indirect. And to complete my short intervention, I would like to demonstrate the methodology of assessment of damage to the soil as a result of the military aggression. It has been approved by the Ministry of Environmental Protection and the Natural Resources of Ukraine, and the regulations at the basis of this methodology. The monetary assessment of the soil is based on a large map of the agricultural production in Ukraine, but it has a lot of problems and issues which are inherited from the times when the first assessment has been carried out 60 years ago and 30 years ago it was completed. And there were a lot of a lot of errors in that map. There were inconsistencies in it. And at the map, we might have just different types of soil marked on that map, even in these sites which are located very close to each other. So these problems of the regulatory and monetary assessment of Ukraine actually has been carried into this methodology of the loss assessment. This problem really exists. And to avoid the mistakes, we have to carry out the assessment and surveys of the soil in the areas where the military action was carried out. Thank you very much, and I hope that very soon we will be able to actually treat our soils. And to do that, we have to carry out the occupation of the occupied territories, because otherwise we won't be able to get there. Now I would like to invite Igor Hopchak, the deputy head of the state agency of the water resources of Ukraine, so that he tells us about the situation with the rivers and because the water is a military personnel, so to say, of Ukraine. We know that in some areas of Ukraine, water was really a very important resource to fight the enemy. What is the perspective and what is the situation at present? Good afternoon. Do you hear me well? Yes, we hear you very well. Well, I'm very pleased to be invited to this very interesting dialogue, and I am happy to participate in the conversation of the specialists of various sectors, and everybody is sharing their very important opinions. And well, it is very difficult for me to tell you something new. Well, a lot has been told about various areas of the environment, and even people were talking about the water, but we have only one problem to face now, the military actions. And you know that the water resources play a very important role. Unfortunately, people are dying, the infrastructure is being destroyed, and the most important thing is that the destinies of Ukrainians are being destroyed. Actually, we won't be able to resurrect the heroes who are defending and dying in the Ukrainian war. From the point of view of environmental protection, the ministry is monitoring the situation with the water resources of Ukraine. In Ukraine, we have 4 quite modern laboratories. Two of them stopped operating because in Slaviansk there are military action there. We are fighting for Slavyansk. In Vyshgorod, the northern laboratory, due to the military action, was not operating, but now we restarted its operation, and it starts to make tests and accepting specimen. And 60% of all the specimen which we were studying previously, now we have we can only test a small 2/3 of the water, drinking water reserves could be monitoring because the two laboratories are operating full-fledged in Ukraine. But actually, according to the data which we are getting, we can say that there are no essential essential damages have been called to the drinking water, potable water. And now, due to the natural processes, the biological usage of oxygen is being increasing. But our specialists have assessed the situation, and we are waiting for the occupation of our territories, and we would like to carry out screening of all the water objects and water resources of Ukraine to identify the specific substances, especially those who are part of the munitions. And radiological control is very important here, because radiological control has to demonstrate the consequences of the occupation of the Chernobyl area. Our colleagues have mentioned already that a lot of radioactive dust was carried into the air, and they actually, the strontium and cesium have been brought to the surface, and by the filtration waters they might get into the rivers and the lakes. But I hope that the dams which were constructed after 1986 Chernobyl accident will work, because then they were trying to protect the Dnieper River and the Dnieper artificial lake from the radioactive particles. And we hope that they will serve their purpose for the second time, and that they will protect the major part of the population of Ukraine who are using the water of the Dnieper River from contamination. And we are planning to complete the plans of management of the water resources of Ukraine, to develop anthropological assessment, and we are going to develop with the World Bank the methodology of repairing the damage. And like colleagues were saying already here, that we will have to file a case in the international courts, and then we will have to tell what methodology which we're using. And it will be very good if we use the methodology which was developed with the help of the international experts, and it will be a legitimate methodology, and it will be accepted by the international courts. And you have mentioned that the river can be not only a resource as a water resource, and it's not only the environment for life, but also the rivers were like a fortification means for us. 4 rivers saved us from the offense of the Russian tank columns. You know that the river Irpin helped to stop the Russian aggressors' tank columns. There is no sound, sorry. The sound is lost. I can see that the connection has deteriorated, and the river was helping. Yeah, now it's okay. Now it's okay. At a certain point of time, the connection has deteriorated. And I tell you that we do not have only the hero city, but we have also the hero rivers. Yeah, that's true. The hero rivers. The second river, Seversky Donets, by the way, is also helping the Ukrainian heroes to defend the city. and it provides the potable water to the Donetsk region, and it actually stops the movement of the aggressors. You know that we had some negative effects. People suffered because the areas have been flooded and the dams were destroyed. And at present, the Agency for Water Resources had to regulate the regime of operation of the Dnieper artificial lakes. And we actually set them up monthly, and we had actually to adjust the level of the Kiev water storage lake because there was flooding, and the household sites and the household plots are being flooded as well. There is a problem. We cannot repair the dam quickly. And unfortunately, we cannot do it now because there are certain limitations to this process. We have just one minute, and I'm afraid that the connection could be deteriorated, and I just wanted you to say a few words to complete our discussion. And on my own behalf, I would like to tell you that actually we wish victory, and we wish it comes as soon as possible. And we would like Russian Federation to get away from our seas, lakes, and natural reserves, our mountains and steppes, and so that they get away from the Ukrainian land. Thank you for participating in this discussion. Thank you for inviting me. So glory to Ukraine, glory to Ukrainians. This is the completion of the first panel, but this is not the end of the story.
do with chemical production and manufacturing facilities which are found in the area of hostilities and the potential of various chemical weapons. Professor Wood, would you kindly introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Mike Wood. I'm Professor of Applied Ecology at the University of Salford in the UK. I've spent the last 20 plus years studying radiation and its effects on wildlife. I've worked extensively with the United Nations International Atomic Energy Agency, doing development of impact assessment approaches for wildlife. And I've been working in the Chernobyl exclusion zone since 2013.
Денис Вишневський.
Denis Vishnevsky, please. Good afternoon. My name is Denis Vishnevsky. I'm a chief of the scientific department in one of the biosphere natural reserves in the south of Ukraine, but the predominant area of my work in the estrangement zone was dedicated to radiological monitoring, and my thesis, my doctoral paper, the emphasis of that was the application of ecological and radiobiological knowledge. And Denise, my question immediately goes to you as someone who is to do with Chernobyl. I know that you have already come back to the work in fields. So how has the Russian occupation impacted the estrangement zone, your work? Could you kindly share about some of the latest updates? Well, look, we have been faced with extraordinary situation because Chernobyl was a particular situation indeed. Now it's exacerbated by the occupation. We'll have to get used to that, and we will definitely have to change our mentality in this area. So what has happened? In that area, there were no intense hostilities, luckily. However, the area, together with the nuclear power plant, facilities which are contaminated with nuclear fallout, for more than 1 month, everything was out of the continuum of tracing this situation, which is not normal. In addition to that, the state border, which is about, let me see, 100 kilometers, definitely more. We have more than 100 kilometers of national border on Belarus. It used to be a formal geographical structure. We didn't have any bars blocking the roads, but now it has become a national border with a likely adversary, which requires reformatting the activities of the estrangement zone and the operations in it. Let me immediately have a follow-up question to that. I know that you have collaborated a lot with one of the Belarusian natural reserves because it's the same estrangement zone, and as you said, there was no physical borderline between you. Do you still keep working with them, or is the work on suspension? How do you see this collaboration after the war is over? Well, let me put it this way. Let's be honest. All this time that I have been watching, since 2002, the cooperation with Belarus has been minimal. Just at the level of formal rituals, someone would come to visit Chernobyl and someone from Chernobyl would go to visit them in Belarus. In Polisa Natural Reserve or in Gomel area, when some meetings were to do with Chernobyl. That is to say, in terms of scientific work, this isn't going to be a huge loss for us. It's not. These are two areas, although it's a single area divided with a national borderline, but absolutely different modes of contamination and activity, as well as government policies in place. Honestly speaking, we were not interesting for them, and they were not particularly interesting for us. Because the major factors of contamination are in the Ukrainian territory. Which countries do you cooperate most? Firstly, Let's start with the furthermost. It's Japan, Fukushima University. Let's get closer. It's the European Union, Frankfurt Zoological Society. It's a large project, and I hope it will continue. We will be able to continue our monitoring activities and cooperation with our British counterparts. We are already carrying out not just planning for the nearest future, but we are already planning, let us say, our cooperation these days in the nearest perspective. Thank you. I will get back to you with some further questions. Professor Wood.
Of interacting with Ukrainians and Ukrainian scientists before the war?
So since starting work in Chernobyl in 2013, I've enjoyed a very strong series of relationships with Ukrainian scientists from a variety of different organizations. My closest Ukrainian collaborator has undoubtedly been Sergei Gashak from Chernobyl Center. We've worked extensively in our field research within the zone. But obviously Denise, Elena, many others that we have increasingly collaborated with over time. And it's allowed us to undertake significant ecological and radioecological research within the zone. I say significant because actually the work that is done in the Chernobyl exclusion zone doesn't just help with understanding of the zone, it helps with understanding of how radiation impacts on wildlife. This is fundamentally of world importance, of global importance, because the science that's undertaken within the Chernobyl exclusion zone actually feeds into the development of the international regulatory system for radiation protection of the environment. We need to ensure that that science is not halted as a result of the conflict that's taken place. We need to ensure that that science continues to progress and we can use the Chernobyl zone in the way that we have done so far as a truly effective natural laboratory. Those collaborations that I referred to with Sergei, with Denise, with Elena, with many different others across Ukraine, we've got to continue to build these collaborations. Denise has just given you some examples of some of the other collaborations with Japan, other parts of Europe. Certainly Frankfurt Zoological Society, I'm already starting to now collaborate with them as well. There is a huge international body of research expertise which has already come together within the Chernobyl exclusion zone. And now we need to continue to find ways to progress that and rebuild where needed.
How do you think collaborations between Ukrainian scientists and international community, it will change after the war?
I think that we'll have a period of time where a lot of the collaboration is done as it's done now, which is largely remotely. Now, it's strange. This comes immediately on the back of the pandemic and its impacts, as in the coronavirus pandemic, and its impacts on research within the exclusion zone. My regular trips back and forth to Chernobyl, my regular waving to Denise in the streets of Chernobyl town and going and saying hi to him and having a conversation near a checkpoint or wherever it may be, those things have come to a halt as a result of pandemic, preventing travel. Since then, obviously with the conflict that's been taking place, certainly my university is not going to desperately say, yes, Mike, go off to Chernobyl again, particularly not during a period of occupation. But there's going to be a gradual rebuilding of in-person research activity. But what is absolutely brilliant and actually shows the strength of the collaborations that we have with Ukrainian scientists is that right from the point of that initial insurgence into the Chernobyl exclusion zone, we've been having regular communications. I've been exchanging messages with Denise quite regularly, getting updates from him, starting to share ideas. Yelena and I, we've been discussing some of the aspects around the dust remobilization, responses to the detector networks there. That's been an ongoing conversation that I've also had with Denise. These sorts of collaborations that we see being promoted now through this kind of virtual medium are incredibly strong. They're leading to publications already. They're leading to important scientific findings. And what I foresee is that in the short term, this will be our primary mode of working. In the longer term, I cannot wait to get back into the Chernobyl exclusion zone, into that field environment that I love, and really start collaborating at a grassroots, ground level with all of the wonderful Ukrainian scientists that I work with.
Thank you, Professor Wood. Пане Юрію, я хотіла зараз звернутися до вас.
Mr. Yuri, now I would like to turn my question to you as the representative of the lab science, which is chemistry. What were your international relations and connections and communications before the war? How did war affect that and your activities overall? Well, generally speaking, I wouldn't say that war has been very impactful in any way other than it has affected science overall across the whole Ukraine, which means different ties and connections, economic things have worsened, like we cannot travel abroad. Some of the things were put on hold. Some of the funding has been frozen. International partners that we have been in cooperation with, like Ireland, Germany, Poland, Romania, they just provide us with some moral support, organizational support, because sometimes they host some of our associates who managed to get out of Ukraine, etc. So basically, I wouldn't say that this affected our laboratory activities, but we still have some examples when suspension of manufacturing processes which have a great impact on pharmaceutical production, especially in Kiev region, for a certain while, if not paralyzed, some of the processes were substantially, like ground development processes, were slowed down. And in this respect, Ukraine has a big share in the market. I mean, specifically Kiev, and there we had very active hostilities raging. There are already a lot of scientific publications talking about the situation, so the markets felt it really appreciably. The capabilities of Ukrainian pharmaceutical specialists to affect science in particular. I know that you have already a lot of applications and various developments of great concern, not only for Ukraine, but for international significance, which are also to do with radioactive effects. Can you tell us more about that? Well, I wouldn't say that these are different applications. These are different materials for detectors of radiation. Some of them are like alternatives to already existent ones. So now it's hard to say how competitive they are in the market, because the market is pretty stable. There are numerous producers, and it's not so easy to get a niche. We have been thinking about how to carve a niche, but anyway, there are a lot of facilities we used to be in cooperation with, which traditionally were to do with military industry. And we know how that developed prior to the war. So now it's rather at the level of concepts and testing new materials. And it's very difficult to foresee and predict how commercially successful and viable they're going to become. It seems unfortunately, but nevertheless, the demand for such detectors will probably grow. And now I have an overall question to all of our speakers. Do you believe that nuclear arms will be applied during this conflict? Please try to be brief, saying either yes or no. Ms. Olena, please. Recently, I participated in a discussion concerning the possibility of applying nukes, and I listened to some historians of nukes, and they said that application of any nuclear weapon is the last resort, last argument. Therefore, they believe that most likely, if this war remains in this cognitive space, then no nuclear weapons are going to be applied. But otherwise, it's possible.
Дякую, пане Денисе.
Mr. Denise? Well, as of today, we only have one incident in one conflict so far. It was the war in the Pacific, and nuclear weapons were applied. Even during the situation when the French army was in Vietnam, some of the military leaders of the United States proposed to drop a bomb in order to resolve that conflict. However, it wasn't dropped. No nukes were applied as a leverage. So this is with reference to my arguments for or against. We are now in a world where there are leverages that still contribute more to saying rather no than yes in terms of applying nukes. It's something that we call containment or deterrence. Seemingly, everything is clear, but I still think that we have to assume the position which go beyond what is imagined to be a norm. The level of decision-taking in the Russian Federation is pretty interesting, I would say. When we talk about Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, seizure of that. So once again, we may not exclude the possibility, but the mechanism and the sequence of actions must be considered at least. There is a negative sign of this, that it may be used. Well, nuclear weapons are of cult significance. Even after the collapse of the former Soviet Union, we may have seen how Rosatom, the nuclear agency in Russia, keeps positioning the importance of the nuclear weapons, keeps saying that it protected not only the former Soviet Union, but the whole world. So they give a great deal of ideological significance to these weapons. In some publicistic materials, well known in narrow circles, the mechanical orange. One of the pro-Russian activists from Kharkiv proposed to organize an air explosion above Polisa as a way of demonstrating the influence, exerting influence. So we cannot exclude such possibilities. There are a lot of variables in our world that have already changed. We are already in new circumstances. Definitely there is a hope for nuclear consensus and non-application, and that the fear will probably detain them from using weapons. Thank you.
Do you believe Russians crazy enough to use nuclear weapon?
Sorry, who did you ask that question to? It was cut off at the start of the translation.
It's a question that goes to you.
Do you believe Russians crazy enough to use nuclear weapon?
I would not call anybody crazy or otherwise. Yeah, I'm a professor of applied ecology, so let me be quite clear at this point. You know, I'm not a military tactician. I'm not an evaluator of human behavior, so I'm not going to get drawn into commentary in terms of that type of question, I'm afraid.
Okay, but you believe it's possible to use a nuclear weapon in this war?
I believe that anything is possible. I hope that it would not come to that. I would hope that, as you know, as Denise has just outlined, there are enough concerns over deterrence on either side that would prevent that situation occurring. But as I say, it's outside of my remit. So it's probably better to ask that question of somebody that's more on the kind of the political science, military, tactical side.
Okay, thank you. Пан Юрію.
Then the question goes to Mr. Yuri. I will be more supportive of Olena's opinion because as of now, I cannot see any specific tactical benefits or gains that applying nuclear weapons can result in if Russia chooses to apply them. They already have a great deal of advantage in terms of artillery, and given all of the stocks that they have of munitions, and because they can achieve all of their targets in a classical way, I don't think that they will be applying any nuclear weapons. However, if we talk about weaponry of greater value in order to demonstrate how much swing they can weigh, as Denise has just said about that, well, anything is possible, but in terms of destruction and getting real advantage in the front line, it's very difficult for me to imagine what advantage that can result in. But people can be intimidated in different ways, not necessarily by nuclear weapons. They can set up some tests, and psychologically speaking, this will be enough. Therefore, I do believe that this military application is highly unlikely. What about the chemical threats of this war? Because I know there have been some messages concerning the possibility of using chemical weapons. Can you tell us more about that? What do you know? Well, once again, it's no less important as nuclear weapons are. We know that a lot of munitions applied, it's a very thin line. They're not just bombs. They are allowed, not prohibited, technically speaking, to be manufactured in order to create windscreens, for example, or something. But in terms of their application against people, of course, it's not advisable to use them. But how can one prohibit their usage during the time of war? So in any way, it's near the knuckle war. And even the massive application of chemical weapons will definitely have massive effects in terms of politics in the first place. And I have heard some instances, once again, they were not proved, that some tactical applications have already taken place in some well-built-up areas, that contaminated compounds, neuroparalytical substances may have been used. At least, once again, they have informed, but I don't know whether they have been proven. So far, once again, there are no proven facts, fortunately. We have had situations, because hostilities are taking place in the large industrial areas where there are a lot of industrial facilities that contain huge stocks of dangerous substances like fertilizers, etc. We should still give credit to the owners of these facilities that, starting with day one of the war, they evacuated a great amount of such substances that could be potentially dangerous both for the people and the environment. But single instances do take place, and recently we saw some instances of acids infiltrating the environment. Of course, they're localized, but they do occur. That's something we have to be aware of. We need to be conscious of that. It's a threat that still prevails. These manufacturing facilities are still there. Cruise missiles are being shot at such facilities. Therefore, this threat still persists, and it's real and potent. Thank you. Ms. Olena, I would like to ask you this question concerning radioactive risks of this war, because the majority keep talking about Zaporizhzhia and Chernobyl nuclear power plants, but we have some other facilities which are also of potential radioactive danger. Could you just give us an overview for us to put a stop at this in this discussion? Yes, thank you. Well, it's really sudden and unexpected even when you talk about that. We have a facility called Glivash in one of the mines situated in Donetsk People's Republic. In the 1970s, they used a tactical nuclear charge to make an explosion underground, and a capsule of glass was made as a result of that, that contains a lot of water with a great concentration of radionuclides. And in order to prevent the leakage of this water, they installed pumps which were supposed to pump these underground waters. And everything was okay until these pumps were working. However, after the Donetsk People's Republic appeared, the authorities of this republic decided that the electricity was too expensive and it wasn't quite clear for them what these pumps were meant to do. That's why they were turned off. And in 2020, environmentalists who took samplings of the soil more than 5 kilometers away from this mine, they saw that cesium was much higher in its sampling than it was supposed to have be. That means that this capsule had been damaged and the radioactive water unfortunately leaked and infiltrated the soil. But as of now, we have no chance to find out whether these radionuclides infiltrated underground water as well as the water that the residents of Donetsk consume, whether they have cesium in their wells. But once again, in our controlled territories, we can see that some contaminants are already there. With reference to the source of neutrons in Kharkiv region, luckily, I think that we're extremely fortunate, which means it's impossible to create a nuclear reaction without electricity to stimulate that, because electrons have to be stimulated in order to instigate this nuclear reaction. So the source of these electrons was very heavily shelled. Is turned off completely now. So if there is no direct implosion of this research facility, everything will be okay. Once again, the situation is far from being all right when such research installations are shelled, and we have to worry about the implications of that. And of course, the exclusion zone of Chernobyl, where there are a lot of storage facilities of waste. We have special storages for nuclear waste, depleted uranium, and we have people taking care of such waste, not only from a radioactive standpoint, but from medical standpoint. As far as I know, inventory stock taking is still taking place, and it will be interesting for us to see whether or not physical shell and coating of all of these storage facilities has been damaged. I know that the arch there is called to be a technological wonder, ready and poised for any kinds of impacts, external impacts. But this nuclear facility, traditionally nuclear facilities, are extremely hazardous. So was this facility ready for military threats? Well, I think that I'm not going to be much wrong to say it wasn't. Recently, I was thinking that Chernobyl is a sacred place in terms of being a legendary place. During the accident in 1986, someone said that reactors don't explode, but Chernobyl proved it to be wrong, and anything can happen. And now in 2022, we used to think all international organizations, International Atom Agency, had been thinking about what could happen if terrorists could seize such facilities, but they never themselves thinking that people can actually deliberately go and seize such facilities as part of military operations. The people who are not very savvy about how operations should be done in such facilities. So in Chernobyl, the territory that surrounds it poses a new question concerning how to take these challenges and respond to them. But of course, if we take into account the technical characteristics and properties of certain nuclear facilities, we build them especially for them to withstand tsunami, tornadoes, great amounts of snowfall, even if a plane crash happens. But no one, I think, has ever thought about how that would take the explosion caused by a tank or a rocket or a missile fired at it. Thank you. Unfortunately, two experts haven't been able to get in touch with us because of the closed borders and hostilities. Therefore, we have preliminarily recorded interviews with them, and let us record the answers of Lembit Shiver, the professor who enjoys a great deal of cooperation with Ukraine in the exclusion zone of Chernobyl. Let us listen to his point of view concerning what's going on in Ukraine right now.
Professor Shiver, it's a great pleasure to see you again and have possibility to talk about radiation, Chernobyl, and your experience. And very first question, how long have you been working with Ukraine and Ukrainian scientists? How are you related?
Actually, very long time, because I was actually a master student when the Chernobyl accident happens, and I was working at a research reactor in Sweden, and we were one of the first places in the world measuring the activity. And I remember, because I came from the lab I've been working, it was, 123, 26, April 86, and I saw that the trucks coming into our place, it was very radioactive, and I went into my lab and I measured on myself, and I was very radioactive. And then I went to Chernobyl a couple of years after the first time, and then later when I became a full professor in nuclear chemistry, actually one of my main topic was severe nuclear accidents. So I was there in Chernobyl several times. But first, before I go into more things, I would like to thank the organizers very much for giving me the opportunity to participate in this event and talk and so on. And yeah, maybe I can just make a quite short comment before further questions, that I would really like to say that it's terrible. I mean, the Russian aggression against the Ukrainian people, and it's really unacceptable, and it's unbelievable, tragic what is happening. And I'm very happy to have a chance to talk about everything.
Thanks for your support. I know you do a lot of great job to help Ukrainian scientific community and students abroad. And do you believe actually we have a future and the mutual benefits of Ukraine and EU-US collaboration in science?
Absolutely. Yes, I have a lot of close collaborations, as you know, with Ukrainian scientists actually all over the world. Of course, with you people at Chernobyl and Kharkiv and Kiev in Ukraine, but also in Europe and in US. I am, for example, a visiting scientist now for a long period at MIT, and my closest collaborators are actually from Ukraine. They're only staff members at MIT from Ukraine, and we are actually working also on a program at MIT to support students. And I'm working with teaching in France and also in Prague, and we're taking Ukrainian students. And I think it's extremely important now to maintain and actually increase the collaboration between Ukrainian scientists and researchers, both for the current situation, but of course also for the future when Ukraine will be free again, and also giving a chance for the Ukrainian students to do research during this tough period. So PhD student, master student, and this is also I'm working on. We have a priority in the European master program to give grants to Ukrainian students. And also, for example, at CERN, for online courses, is priority to Ukrainian students, just to give them a chance to continue, and then, of course, go back and help building up Ukraine again when Ukraine be totally free.
And in which area, you think we can be the most successful collaboration, in your opinion and in your experience?
I can only, I think it's many collaborations, but of course I work with radiation, so different radiation aspects, both cancer treatment and of course different aspects of interaction between radiation, humans and people. So first, of course, radiation safety. I mean, also, if you look at now the radiation safety risk, if you look at what is happening just now in Ukraine, of course, Chernobyl and what happened there is terrible. What is going on and so on, but also if we see the main current risk, I think now is the Zaporizhzhia power station, and has been under Russian control since more than 2 months. So I think it's very important, if you look at these things, to educate people also. What is radiation risk, and what is the influence, I mean, how interaction of radiation with both humans and biological material. So one thing I hope to do with you people at Chernobyl, of course, is to do an international summer school in Chernobyl, to teach about severe nuclear accident management, radiation risks, because we see in Europe in general, it has been closing down a lot of nuclear education and teaching. Actually, I see I'm from Sweden. We had 3 nuclear engineering programs in Sweden, and I was head of one in Göteborg, in Chalmers University of Technology. Now we closed 2 of them, so we actually have only 1 left. And also in France, I'm teaching radiation in Nantes at IMT Polytechnique. And there is also lack of people knowing. So I think education is one thing. And of course, I'm interested in also radiation risk in space. Some people are surprised that I do both cancer research and space related, but it's two sides. It's two sides of the same coin, because the easiest way in the world to treat the cancer patients, to treat a tumor, the difficulty is to get the patient to survive and not get secondary effects, secondary cancer, and so on. So, so if just a little bit about that, if you look at the future, for example, in Chernobyl, I think we can really make, I believe we can do valuable space-related research in Chernobyl, because we all know space is a very harsh environment with high radiation levels, much higher than we have on Earth. So it's very, to really do space exploration, or we should fill up our dreams now with this, the plans of going to Mars in the mid-30s, NASA and so on. It's very important to understand the effects of radiation, especially heavy charged particles and neutrons, which you have in Chernobyl, on humans, bacteria, fungi, and other living organisms. And I think one thing we can really do together in both in the exclusion zone and in the sarcophagus is doing long-term measurements on bacteria and other living organisms, which we cannot do at accelerators and neutron generators because of the lack of beam time and the costs and so on there. And of course, I think there's many other aspects. It's very interesting to study, for example, fungi, which convert ionizing radiation to chemical energy, which could actually be used in space. If it just provide water, we can do that from and so on, and then we can use this as an energy source and maybe even a radiation protection.
And it can be like R&D product, not only like fundamental science, but like we can do something like real practice.
Yes, I mean, this is fundamental, but has really practical implementations. And of course, at the same time, these studies are important even for Earth application and radiation risk. And of course, it's also important for consequences of possible nuclear weapon attack, but a nuclear accident. Again, coming back to the school, what is happening and what is happening to the radioecology. Because I was involved in many long-term studies after Chernobyl in Sweden, because actually my hometown got 200 times more cesium higher level than Kiev, even if it's 1,400 kilometers away. And we studied a lot of what is happening.
Chernobyl.
Pardon?
It's after Chernobyl, or it's without?
Yeah, after
Chernobyl?
sorry, after Chernobyl. After Chernobyl. So we studied a lot of radioecology. What is the radiation level in fish, in plankton, in soil, in vegetables, and we continued the testing every year. And we saw, for example, in boar in Sweden, 2018, it was still 40,000 becquerel per kilo in many boars, so with high levels. I mean, so this kind of studies, of course, is very important to see the consequences of nuclear accident or nuclear.
Because like now ecology and science, it's not local anymore. Yeah, it's always about global impact.
Yes, yes, and yes, this is, I mean, I used to show my student I'm teaching just about the cesium release, because I have simulation after Chernobyl and also after Fukushima, how it spread all over. And we can see just because in Sweden, we got quite a lot also, even if we're far away, because it went with the wind and the rain and the release over the middle of Sweden and northern part, exactly actually where my hometown is. So we had a lot of and so on, but we didn't see any increase of any cancer or anything. But it's interesting to see just the transportation in the ecological system. So this is kind of see. We also did a migration in the ground, so we can see, and of course how it goes in the chain from the ground. I mean, to water, into the fish, the animal eating fish, or to the mushrooms, the boar eating the mushrooms, and especially reindeers in the northern part of Sweden and so on. So this has, of course, real implementation. I mean, a real practical value.
And one hot question in Ukraine, it's very popular now. Do you believe Russians crazy enough to use a nuclear weapon?
I am scared that Putin and his absolutely monstrous soldiers, I mean, are really capable. I mean, we see what they have done until now. And it could be, I mean, could be also dirty bombs. And this is a question what happened after the occupation of Chernobyl, samples disappear and so on. And of course, if they could use a local strategy, I mean, nuclear weapon. And of course, this is a big threat to all places in Ukraine, but also Kiev. So I don't know how crazy they are, because history has shown that they do what one didn't believe maybe 10 years ago. And that's yeah.
Should we try to predict consequences of using nuclear weapon?
It's of course always important to be prepared and see, both for a dirty bomb, because a dirty bomb is much easier to make. You can put it into the water reservoir or whatever, and create extremely large effect in, for example, a large city like Kiev and so on. And of course, if you have a small nuclear bomb falling over Kiev, what is the radiological consequences? What is the also the burn, wounds, damage, and so on. And it's very important to have preparation for like medical staff, firefighters, and so on. This is the same situation as a severe nuclear accidents. And we can see the problem, for example, in when it happened in Fukushima, that you have trained personnel in medical doctors, you had firefighters and so on everywhere around the power plants, but the tsunami destroyed everything. So when it happened, they called in firefighters and so on for Tokyo, and they refused to go in there because they had no education. I was actually in the National Institute of Radiological Science at that time, and one person who got contaminated on his leg, he was sent around 36 hours to different hospitals, and everybody refused to take him in until he came with a helicopter to the National Institute of Radiological Sciences. So of course, it's very important that medical personnel, firefighters, nurses, all kinds of safety workers understand what is radiation, what is the consequences, and can take care of the people which might be contaminated and so on.
Thanks a lot, Professor Shiver, and I hope we'll see you quite soon in peaceful Kiev and Chernobyl.
I will be very happy to come there and make continue to work on the summer school and of course for the research program in Chernobyl. So thank you very much for letting me participate in this event. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Professor Wood, I have a question to you. What future for Chernobyl exclusion zone do you see? What do you think about the plans to construct more NPPs and waste management plants in 10-kilometer zone?
So I think that Chernobyl actually has a very positive future. I outlined before the sort of the positive future from the natural laboratory side. So a positive future for doing the kind of research that Lembit's just been referring to, the research which isn't just fundamental research, but applied research that has implications not just in Ukraine, but around the world. It seems logical to use the 10-kilometer zone, which already has such a large radioactive waste store within it, as a location to build further waste storage capacity. Not only does it have waste already there, it also has the technical expertise for handling that waste, for managing that waste. So, if you think about Chernobyl into the future, what do we wish to see from this broader zone? Well, for me, I'd like to see that central technical area being the area where we really can get the absolute best standards of radioactive waste management possible, where people can actually come and learn how to manage radioactive waste in a safe way. There is complete logic to thinking about, if we're constructing new reactors, to building in this area, there's already access to necessary infrastructure in terms of electrical infrastructure for connections to the grid. There's access to things like water supply that would be needed for new nuclear facilities. And of course, areas where we can have waste storage. So it seems like a really logical place to focus for nuclear activity. In that broader area, the wider exclusion zone, I think I'd really like to see two things. One is that learning, that radioecological learning, which has those implications, as I've outlined, for the development of environmental radiation protection internationally. The things that we learn in Chernobyl, we actually use to shape a system which we then apply for regulation of nuclear facilities around the world. We use it for making decisions about decommissioning, about licensing of new facilities, about changing of discharge permits. We use that learning to actually help us think about not just nuclear facilities in the kind of nuclear power generation sense, but things like radioisotope production facilities, cancer treatment hospitals and the discharges from those and what the potential implications of those may be. All of this is in some way informed by some of the activity, some of the learning that takes place in Chernobyl. But let's also not lose sight of the fact that the broader exclusion zone is an extremely important biosphere reserve. From a biodiversity perspective, from an ecosystem services and ecological benefits perspective, this area needs protection. We need to think about how people will interact with this area in the future. There's obviously, as you'll be familiar, been an increase, a very significant increase in tourism over the years, really primarily driven by disaster tourism. But given the way in which the biodiversity within the exclusion zone has developed over time, there's undoubtedly increasing interest from an ecotourism perspective. The challenge now is going to be thinking about how the tensions get managed. How do we continue to maintain the Chernobyl Biosphere Reserve as a strategically important, regionally important, and that's regional at a European level, protection area for biodiversity, whilst at the same time allowing people to benefit from those ecotourism opportunities? We need to start thinking about how we'd have kind of biodiversity sensitive tourist routes through those areas and what level of interaction we could actually then enable in such a way that we didn't impact on the biodiversity development which has taken place there. We also want to remember about Chernobyl's role from a biodiversity perspective linked to the various other reserves that are connected around that area. There's obviously the link through to the Belarusian side. I mean, in an earlier question to Denise, you were asking about the collaboration across the border. And whilst there may not have been particularly strong scientific collaborations or other relationships that Denise has encountered to date, what one would hope is moving forward for those who can see beyond the political conflicts and actually focus very much on the wildlife perspectives, actually some sharing of information across that border, some dialogue about how particular populations are expanding, changing, may well help to benefit from a biodiversity protection perspective on both sides of this broader exclusion zone. As I say, then when you connect into those other different biosphere areas, actually we have an ongoing complex which is a very significant European ecological value. So let's manage the technical aspects, the tourism aspects, and the biodiversity conservation aspects alongside the research benefits. To do that, obviously, we've got to have really good open dialogue amongst all of the kind of stakeholders involved with these discussions and more broadly. So I really hope to see more and more of these conversations taking place over the course of the coming months and years.
Thank you, Professor Wood. I believe we will have a lot of scientific discussion about Chernobyl exclusion zone future, and I believe we'll do a great job there, like international scientific community and Ukrainian scientific community. Денисе, запитання тоді одразу до вас, теж про майбутнє зони відчуження, про майбутнє Чорнобиль.
Dennis, it's a question to you about the future of the exclusion zone, the future of the Chernobyl preserve, and you are responsible for the part of it, which, well, sort of natural part of it. And we are going to go back to Olena with a question about 10 kilometers exclusion zone. What is its future? But you please tell us about the preserve and what is the future of it, please. What is your point of view? Well, so far we can see it in the following manner. On the one hand, I would say that situation is not absolute, and the attitude is not negative, but complex, difficult. And I can see that there is a threat that the border, the state border, will become physically actually settled, and it will be a physical border, really, and thus it will bring about the disruption of the linkages between the populations. We were saying that actually our preserve is more than 2,000 kilometers, but we were adding plus 2,000 kilometers in Belarus, and again, then some area in Russia. So we have a huge cluster, strong cluster, which is supporting the population of the animals who need some space. These are predatory animals and so on and so forth. So, but if the physical border is going to be created, so that will have a negative effect on the population. And secondly, the exclusion zone company enterprises are working, so to say, at minimum mode of operation, but we can see the problem. The road to Slabutych and Chernigiv Oblast is not accessible. And we have actually the rupture of geologistics. And also that this will be bringing about the lack of the labor resources to Chernobyl area. But let us look at the positive side of it. The exclusion zone is a large object which has a large area. And thanks to its size and actually the availability of the buffer could be compensated for, there were a lot of fires and a lot of areas in the preserve where they were not even seen. They were not noticed. We didn't see any smoke. And again, I would like to say a few words on my own behalf, which is outside the exclusion zone, on the limitations which appeared due to the military action, like with martial law, and this has, the people are not actually using a lot of light, and the light is being shadowed and screened, and this has a positive impact on the population, the positive effect on the animals. Well, we would not really have this positive impact at this expense, at the expense of the war, but it exists. A short question. And
Хочу сказати, що наш, просто ми географічно, тому що ми його спостерігали в південному секторі, як ми...
we were watching it in the southern sector. We have not been analyzing it because there are 60 kilometers to the border, but since more than 10 years, we can see it all over the the exclusion area. But last year we started to collect the physical evidence of presence of bears in the exclusion zone and which European population they are part of. Well, but it's our bear, yeah, because it migrates in the area of alienation. But for the last 10 years, we could see, some signs, and the hypothesis was that it was a short-term visit of the bears. But now we can say that, that we cannot tell, we can say 100% that this is the local bear, that if it hibernates in the exclusion zone, or it's actually gives posterity. So, well, it's not a visiting bear, but it's our bear. Olena, I would like to discuss with you the future research in the Chernobyl area, which are related to Chernobyl nuclear power plant and the shelter object. With this shelter and with everything which the Institute of the Security of the Nuclear Power Plant is dealing. We in our institute believe that, as Professor Wood said, we have to be more open. And Chernobyl nuclear power plant is a state enterprise, and actually it is dealing with the management of the nuclear waste, and it would be a unique research site. Since the beginning of the war, we are cooperating with the international specialists. So we are trying online, at least, to cooperate with IRSN, the French institute, which is researching the critical status of the new safe confinement under the arch and the implementation of certain activities which are related to the security, which have to be unique. And as Mr. Schiller said, we are looking at the possibility of the new safe confinement and the sarcophagus as a shelter, as a model for using biological and non-biological objects in space. So actually, we can model the space conditions in Ukraine, and we can say that Chernobyl is space. Yeah, it's part of space. And apart from such research activities and plans, and some works which are being carried on, and I would like to thank Professor Wood for mentioning it, we believe that Chernobyl has to teach us a lot, to teach us a lesson. And that's why we are working on building or developing the educational hub in our institute, so that it will be possible to carry out large international schools or small international schools for specialists to find answers to the large nuclear accidents, and the school for radiation safety, and the role games where the young specialists and not very young specialists can learn how to behave during the evacuation in the exclusion zone, and with the nuclear particles which have contaminated the exclusion zone. And this work doesn't have sense without very wide collaboration. We are working on this together with the Chernobyl Preserve, Chernobyl Exclusion Zone, and we would like to invite the colleagues to carry out this work together, because within 35 years of history of the exclusion zone, a lot of schools have been carried out. And they were a kind of like standalone schools. But our goal is to create a big hub where people can come, find support and assistance, and to create some sort of Chernobyl community on nuclear safety. Thank you. So to create a Chernobyl hub, like an educational hub, scientific hub for the specialists from all over the world, using the assets we already have there. And I have to underscore that it was difficult to do prior to the war, because there was no area, there were no buildings where it was possible to carry out. But unfortunately, our institute suffered a lot after the Russian aggression. And we are thinking about rebuilding the institute. And this reconstruction will help us not only to heal the wounds, so to say, but also to create new possibilities for future development. And who are the major international partners of your institute? Definitely Japan, because Hiroshima, Nagasaki, and Fukushima, and Chernobyl have linked these nuclear areas between Ukraine and Japan forever. And Britain, Maritime, we are working a lot in the dosimetry area development of the detectors, testing detectors, and in the area of the new approaches to modeling the impact of ionized irradiation on living organisms, and the countries of the European Union. We are cooperating with IRSN, and now we also started cooperation with the Czech Republic. And what is your attitude to the possibility of industrial use of the exclusion zone in terms of building new energy power units or the solar energy, solar farms, or maybe building the new spent fuel storages? Several years ago, the best experts, Ukrainian experts, were developing the strategy so that to support the further existence of the exclusion zone, because we know what we have to do with the preserve. And well, it's the area of the preserve, and we should not do anything to it, but just watch and research how the environment is developing there. But there were nice ideas about the construction of the plant of waste management plant, because this area is alienated, it's not populated, and we can use it for the purposes for which we would not be using the densely populated areas. Also now they are talking about the possibility of building modular reactors in the exclusion zone, because there is infrastructure, there is a spent fuel storage, there is high potential to cool the reactors, and at present also there is a strong military protection when we close the borders, it will be allowing us to be absolutely sure that these small modular reactors will be safely operating. So I think that the exclusion zone, exclusion area was in limbo for a certain period of time. It was just exclusion zone. We were moving in no direction, but now, except for the negative consequences, this war gives us a very strong impetus to development, which we have to use, because this situation is quite unique for the whole Ukraine and for the whole exclusion zone, and we have no right to lose this opportunity. And Yuri, Elena has raised an important topic and question about the international schools, collaboration in students training and the future generation of scientists. I know that you are working in this area a lot, apart from your own chemical trade and specialty. What do you think? Which international assistance is needed by Ukraine in this area, in this respect, to use the opportunities we have and possibilities we have to the best at present? We have to think here about various directions. We have to have everything which Lena mentioned. And Yuri, this is about the unique things which Ukraine has, and which and the things which we can do only in Ukraine, on the Ukrainian basis. It's one thing, and here we have to have a sustainable international support which will provide us some sustainability. This is what the colleagues mentioned several times from the well, it's about radiological education. We have to do a lot in this area. And we have a need for Ukraine to become some sort of an educational hub together with Japan. And well, they have, and we have to use these unique opportunities Ukraine has. Maybe also on the basis of how to put it better, well, we can become a point of growth when we are going to create certain things which have not been profitability prior to the war. or expedient from the point of view of the investors. And a lot of industry usually are developed and based where they traditionally were developing. And the semiconductor industry, and we have an example of Taiwan, and also the big chemical enterprises and the iron works, which are located in the east of Ukraine, and they suffer a lot and they have destroyed, but they are in the areas which have a lot of resources. And these resources which will be needed by the world, and this rational usage of these resources and functional usage of the stocks of minerals based on the new frameworks and the new formats, which will be more environmentally friendly and more energy efficient, could become also a big space for trainings, for studies, for education. It will be possible to create cases here, pilot projects could be implemented here, and they might be also attractive to the international scientific community, academic community. We also have to borrow the experience if there are programs of the exchange and return of the experts who had to leave the country due to the war, and they will be able to come back to Ukraine. It will be also very important. And what is your estimate of the perspective of the experts coming back? And what do you think about it? And what should be done to make them return? Because this question, which we are going to face very soon. Well, at first we have a very serious contraction of this sector. We hope that it is a temporary situation. But, well, we need some guarantees for that, including the guarantees of the government that these temporary limitations which we have now in Ukraine in education and the science, they are really temporary, and there is a perspective of growth. This will be the main criteria for return of the scientists. And then it will be very important to understand whether well, after they grow, well, this growth will be supported materially and financially. Maybe there should be some international assistance for which we have to look for now, local national programs that might be used. We have to understand what they should be, and they are to be planned now, and this will be a factor for return. A lot of European countries had the programs which were giving incentives to people from other countries to stay in their own countries, but not going back to the and then go back to their native countries and share their experience. There are the American programs of exchange, which imply the specialists going back to the country of origin. These were limited programs. These were just episodes, but now we do not have just that large brain drain. But a lot of people will have to be returning to Ukraine, and those who have left now, they left usually as a rule due to the danger, personal danger, or the danger of their relatives, and they understand that there will be some, financial difficulties. But if we give them hope or short-term projects for the nearest future, and give them also the long-term perspective, so I am sure that a lot of people who left now will be able to come back. Thank you very much. And I would like to invite our expert, Sergei Paskevich. He is now serving in the military forces of Ukraine and he was not able to join us. But yesterday we have recorded an interview with him. Sergei Paskevich is the deputy director of the Institute of the Problems of Security of the Nuclear Power Plants. And they take care of the Chernobyl entity, and they do scientific research which takes place directly in the shelter. And I think it will be very interesting to listen to him. The shelter is a huge international project which was implemented in cooperation of several countries in the area of Ukraine, and that definitely with the participation of the Ukrainian scientists. Could you tell us in a nutshell why the shelter is technological wonder of the world, and this is a very successful example of cooperation, international cooperation. The shelter itself is an edifice which was created under the Soviet Union, but the new safe confinement, which actually was an additional barrier on the way of spreading of nuclear particles. The flows which is created by the destroyed reactor. So, well, I started to research the shelter prior to the international assistance was provided to create a new safe confinement. In those days, these were the tasks to research the spread of aerosols, which were contaminating the environment, making a focus of spreading them to the nearest areas and to assess the dose of the radiation of the population in Chernobyl area and other aspects. But when decision was taken to create the Chernobyl Fund, and when it was set up and the funds of the international community were allocated for specific tasks to design and substantiate the new safe confinement, our scientific institute was working on the applied tasks to substantiate the parameters of the hermetic nature of the new safe confinement in its installation, which materials are to be used to create this new barrier, and so that it complies with all the criteria and so on and so forth. And the most important thing is that we were carrying out an assessment of the loads of those on the future construction workers who were going to construct the new safe confinement. And we were focusing which actually doses will affect the people who will participate in construction of this object, of the new safe confinement. How many countries were engaged in designing and building the confinement? 47, if I'm not mistaken. These are those who were carrying out the financial support of the project. And they were the donors of the Chernobyl Fund. And many more countries, many more participants also were carrying out the construction works and actually the assembly work at the new safe confinement. And it was put into operation. And international cooperation, does it continue after this big project has been completed? The international cooperation has been completed, and this was a single out phase to create the shelter into the environmentally safe system. And when the new safe confinement was put into operation, all the tasks of this phase were completed. And that's why this project is completed. When we are talking about the transformation into environmentally safe system, what do you mean? Well, it is difficult for me now to quote the strategy and what is the wording of this task. But first of all, it is the status under which the existing criteria of a safety of a human being are at the same level, which are defined by the Ukrainian law. And to my mind, this is a very good explanation of the environmentally safe status, because for a long period of existence of the shelter, these criteria have been changing. And we now cannot say that environmentally safe status is something a constant situation. The legislation changes, the requirements to safety change, and the criteria of the hygienic conditions of the existence of the human being. And we cannot really revise this terminology and this definition and establish new data. This will require constantly new specific efforts to reach this or that status of this or that system of safety of the EU safe confinement. It's a very complex system, and it's not easy and simple to amend the criteria and to make adjustments. Even now, when we are operating this complex of the new safe confinement, there are all the criteria spelled out of the safe operation. At present, all this system, this complex system, which includes a lot of subsystems, which also comply, they're responsible for safety. And under this situation, the operation of these systems is supporting the new safe confinement and the shelter at a relevant level of safety. And that's the most important thing. And these criteria have then been developed by Ukrainians only or by the international community as well? Did they participate in the development of the criteria? Criteria definitely, are based on the international experience and international legislation, but we develop our own Ukrainian regulations and we take them into account. And how the new safe confinement actually survived the Russian aggression. I cannot give you an answer of a specialist because at present I am in the Ukrainian army. And for the last 4 months, I had absolutely different tasks to perform, and I'm not a specialist in this area. And but from what has been said by the administration of the Chernobyl nuclear power plants, all the barriers of safety are operating properly, normally, and the impact on the safe confinement is within the established borders. And it really coincides with the levels of impact which existed as a baseline before the Russian Federation invaded the territory of Ukraine. What do you think? The existence of the troops of International Atomic Energy Agency, do you think it's realistic? No, it's not effective. Any militaristic organization within another organization will not be effective, efficient. It is necessary to create international military, maybe units, which will have to protect the critical objects of nuclear infrastructure. I mean, radiation, radio unsafe and radioactive and safe objects. They have to be controlled by those specialized troops. And the war actually demonstrated to us that under the military actions, not a single previously signed agreement, especially it has been signed with Russia, is not working. And all this is just a sheet of paper which is not worth these agreements are not worth the paper on which it is written. The main strategy of behavior under these conditions should be the following. We have to use the adequate force against the enemy, against the aggressor, against those who have invaded the territory of the neighboring country. And if we are talking about a peaceful future, what scientific directions of the scientific research could be developed in the Chernobyl exclusion zone, and to what extent it is important to do it globally, not only by Ukrainian scientists only, but also with the help of the international communities. It's difficult to make focus what's going to happen after the war. First of all, we have to put the aggressor to its place, and this beast should be actually put into the cage, back into the cage. And the way we are going to put this beast into the cage will actually help us to develop the strategy of behavior as for the nuclear unsafe objects. in Ukraine and in Europe at large. But now it is quite understandable already that the war which is taking place is not a simple war. It's not and this is the war with the elements of nuclear terrorism. And this is a proto-nuclear war which can occur in the territory of Europe. And because of this, we have to develop decisions of the international community as for the military protection of the objects which are nuclear dangerous, which might be affected in the future by the military action. And definitely this is a creation of, in case of invasion of the occupationist, creation of certain barriers around the objects which are dangerous from the nuclear point of view. Their international military forces of the international coalition have to protect it. And the skies have to be protected, absolutely. And I believe that things which go on in Ukraine now, when the cruise missiles of the Russian Federation are being targeted to the objects and fly over the operating the nuclear power plants of Ukraine, it's actually the nuclear gun which is targeted at the head of the state, everybody. And we might get the radiation accident of the huge scope. Unfortunately, not everybody understands what's going on in Ukraine, but I think that these people actually act like the ostriches. If it does not concern them, they want to believe that it does not exist. But what's going on now and what is done by the Satanist aggressor in the territory of Ukraine, it's the challenge to the basics of the criteria of safety, levels of safety which existed prior to this situation. Thank you. And who are our main international partners in the area of environmental safety from your point of view? Environmental safety? Environmental safety, it's a secondary question. First of all, we have to carry out the negotiations with for the purpose of creating an international coalition for protection of the nuclear dangerous objects during the war with such countries as Great Britain, USA, and China. And all other countries, as we can see, are, actually are developing certain political processes. And they believe that, actually their point of view is being influenced very much by certain, ununderstandable factors of politics. And definitely this slows down the development of the military actions in Ukraine. But let us see. I think that the world changes, and gradually even those who were sympathizing with Russia and those who really were like friends of Russia, and that they are now revising their attitude. 2-3 months ago, we could not even imagine that Ukraine will be receiving the missiles and other military technology and weapons to fight the Russians. But now it becomes possible. And major partners, it's understandable. But which countries are going to suffer the most if the safety of nuclear power objects is going to be damaged in Ukraine? Which countries? I think the whole Europe is going to suffer. European countries, the West European countries will suffer. They might, first of all, suffer. And definitely our neighbors who now are helping us in supporting us in the war with the aggressor, and how we can strengthen the protection. Could there be just local solutions, or is it the general support of Ukraine. As of today, it's difficult for me to tell now what realistic steps are to be taken now, just under this situation. It happens so that it's difficult to say. First of all, we need to keep the front line in the east of Ukraine, and all the rest doesn't matter now. Thank you. I would like to thank all the experts who have joined us today. This topic, radiation and chemical danger after the aggression, is very relevant, and it is going to be discussed many times because the war is going on and the dangers, they change every day and they increase every day. We were not discussing the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plants and the cruise missiles which were flying over the South Ukrainian nuclear power plant. And we know that other nuclear power plants are close to Belarus. That's another big topic. We talked a lot about Chernobyl because it's the place which actually made Ukraine notorious all over the world. But we have learned a lot of lessons from it. And actually, it was an impetus to development of science, and the rules of radiation safety have been changed all over the world. And for the second time now, we see how we can have an impact for the future together with the rest of the world, and to learn lessons from this situation. So I hope that we are going to go back to these discussions and engage the experts from various countries of the world, from areas, because it's a large topic, interdisciplinary topic. It's not only about ecology, as Sergei said. We have, first of all, to resolve the military issues, and then we will be able to talk about environment. We already start about the environmental problems and issues which will affect not only Ukraine but also the rest of the world, because there are no local ecological problems. They are all global. Thank you very much for your
Доброго всім дня. Мене звати Денис Блучинський, я голова правління.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Denis Blaszczynski, and I'm a representative of the organization hosting today's event, public dialogues, environmental dialogues. This is going to be the final round in our series of programs dimension, the European dimension, the positive sum game. It contains a number of different lectures, articles, video blogs, and a number of different big campaigns. Yesterday, there was a big event dedicated to the issues of the church, the state, and the society and their relations in the public area. We got to hear a lot of interesting insights. Fascinating meanings and senses were caught and communicated between towns and people, between continents, countries. And of course, this conversation posed more questions than provided the answers to them. But all of these questions boil down to human dimension, the dimension of the human beings. The question is, how should a human being act under extremal situation of the war, how to respond to everything happening around, and how to keep and maintain a human within oneself. Today's forum, for me personally, has become a set of new senses and meanings, which I have borrowed from the interventions and speeches of the previous panelists. The panels which preceded our panel 3 of today. They attempted to answer the question, who is the human being in the environmental dimension? A human being capable of creating something, multiplying and preserving something, or is a human being someone who is not mindful of things happening around, very selfish, self-centered, neglecting even the sense of his or her own existence? It's a very plain and basic question, everyday one, but I think that in our mundane activities, the people that are going to meet each other today during today's panel, they will provide a very specific answer to what human being they see in themselves and in the Ukrainian that they would like to live shoulder by shoulder. And our third panel, I would say, it's not very standard for the forums. It's a format of public talks. It's a series of interventions and presentations, speeches by people who do care about what's happening in the environment, the ecology of our country. They want to get across their idea to the European listeners, to the guests who are listening to us outside Ukraine, as well as those Ukrainians that are listening to us to the stream of today's program. We're going to host today some very interesting environmentalists, scientists, public people. We have Ukrainian Yevhen Diki, who is a participant of the hostilities right now. He's a public figure. He is the chief of the National Arctic Center. With us today also we're going to have Marina Ratushna, an expert on air contamination in Ukraine, Center of Ecological Actions, Eco Action representative, Alexei Vasylyuk. He is the chief of the Ukrainian Environmental Protection Group. We're also going to have Olena Maslyukivska with us. She is the candidate of Economic Sciences, and she is the assistant professor at Kiev-Mohyla University, and Oleg Savitsky. He is an expert on energy policies. He is a board member of a public organization called Eco Action. Before we move on to the public talk section, we need to have a warm-up, and we need to have a bridge before our communication ensues. For that, we have invited a featured speaker, a scientist and a scholar, Pavel Goldin. He is a Ukrainian zoologist, paleontologist, and a poet. He is a specialist in sea species and an author of more than 100 scientific articles. Hello, Paul, can you hear me? Can you hear me okay? Yes, I can hear you very well indeed. We can hear you perfect as well. Very happy to see you and welcome you. Our mission today is to provide the basis for the future conversation, to lay the foundation in our future public talks. I know that you, in your works, pay a great deal of attention to a specific scientific area. And my question relates directly to that, because right now during the war, they keep talking about the damage affecting the infrastructure of the country. I mean, the roads, towns, buildings, and people, of course. However, around us, there's a whole world living and breathing. On the one hand, perhaps it's clear and understandable why we get mindless of its existence, because our lives are at stake right now, and our lives are endangered. On the other hand, when we see videos or pictures of domestic animals being rescued by the Ukrainian military personnel, when they care about the creatures who found themselves in a stranded situation where no one can take care of them. And these manifestations of humanity, even under such extremal situations on part of Ukrainians, still is a ray of hope for us that we can continue developing and we can get to such an evolutionary level when we will be paying more attention to the whole world surrounding us. And we will know that we are not the only ones in this world. So my question to you about your experience, you have been exploring a lot living creatures and beings in the Black and Azov seas, and dolphins in particular. So my question is, from your perspective, these animals, wild animals, which are far from being domesticated, how are they surviving this disaster, this calamity? Sea population of our Black and Azov seas, how is that taking the dangers, the threats of the war right now raging in Ukraine? Has anything changed in their existence? Thank you very much for your question. It's truly a question about how the war impacts the sea and the sea inhabitants. It's a very important question indeed. It's a vital one, because people are still a global animal. For us, what matters is, of course, the war in air and on ground, but 70% of our land is covered with water. And if we talk about our planet, overall, it's an oceanic planet. And war naturally impacts heavily the world ocean. The world ocean doesn't know any internal boundaries. So all of the ocean and sea boundaries are interconnected. There's a water circulation in nature. On the other hand, of course, this water impacts this global ocean, the Black and the Azov seas in particular, and dolphins, surely, just like all other sea creatures. As far as I understand, you must have been talking about this in the previous two panels. Sea animals are influenced by the same factors as we and the dry land. There is danger, there are threats, challenges caused by bombing, shelling, implosions, shots, by ammunitions, which can become causes of wounds. There are also dangers of biological radiation and nuclear contamination. and they are very relevant for the sea world, for sea and water areas, because it's a three-dimensional space. And when drainage waters are dumped into water areas because the drainage system or irrigation system get damaged as a result of shelling, then hundreds or maybe thousands of organic and biological pathogens get into the water, bacteria, viruses, that can become pathogens for various diseases. This can also result in the appearance of new diseases that these particular water basins have never experienced, and this can become a reason for the death of lots of sea creatures and dolphins in particular. However, for dolphins, there is another unique factor, it's acoustic danger. Acoustic dangers, in fact, also influence us. They're very impactful. It's concussions after explosions. But dolphins are different from people in a way that dolphins use echolocation in order to get their bearings in the water space. So their picture of the world is built on acoustic principles. Therefore, they issue ultrasounds like sonars, and their body is like a living sonar in many ways. And they are also recipients of these signals. Therefore, dolphins suffer from the military ships, warships, and submarines in the first place, radiating various signals with the same frequencies that dolphins can perceive and radiate. But these signals radiated by submarines are too loud for dolphins, therefore they can really damage their internal ears, which can also cause acoustic traumas or injuries in dolphins, and sometimes they can become really lethal. So something that we humans may experience as a concussion for a dolphin can become a really painful shock and result in the death of these animals. This is the uniqueness of war for dolphins in particular. Can you please tell us the explosions of mines, torpedoes, shelling, bombardments? If talking about this register of sounds, is that impactful on dolphins? If these are underwater explosions, like torpedoes exploding, then definitely they become very powerful. If these sounds are low frequency and they're within the range of the sound perceived by the animals, they of course influence the animals. The same goes, by the way, for construction works. Like when they build different oil rigs, or when they make test drills or create different kinds of structures underground for ports, etc. This is damaging. Everybody was concerned when the Russians were building the bridge across the Kerch Strait, because they were using pneumatic drills for stilts for the bridge. That is to say, all underground sounds become the source of impact on dolphins. When we talk about other explosions happening in the air, that will be impactful on birds and the animals living on dry land. So that, let us say that the whole range of hostilities, unfortunately, affect the whole wildlife, both underground, in water, and on dry land, and in the sky. Yes, unfortunately, it's true. From your perspective, what's your take? If we take, for instance, the whole complex of these damaging, harmful influences and impacts being caused in the territory of Ukraine by Russia during this war, what can be singled out as the greatest challenge, the biggest threat, or perhaps two biggest threats to the ecosystems. This is a question which a wide circle of experts are working on right now. Some of them I was able to see in the previous two panels, and overall, this question is the subject of really lively discussions in the expert environment. My personal thinking is that we have two major criteria based on which we can assess and evaluate the scale and the importance, the significance of such impacts. Of course, the uniqueness and how lethal they are. By uniqueness, we mean that something is happening that prior to that we've never seen happen into a particular ecosystem. For instance, if a new pathogen of a disease emerges, or within a particular ecosystem, a new toxin to it, a new toxin is introduced, something that once again never existed there before, new radioactive substances, new sounds. Talking about our dolphins and their acoustic picture of the world, the submarines of the Russian Federation, which are especially active right now. Other criteria are, of course, how lethal these effects will be. And this is reflected in the directives by the EU concerning poisonous toxic substances, which are characterized by certain parameters. So the number of victims that they can cause, persistence, how constant these contaminators will be, how long their influence and impact on their ecosystem will be, and the speed of its spread. That is to say, how quickly it can cover the whole ecosystem. This probably also is true about chemical substances as well as biological factors and acoustic ones. As far as I understand, if we talk about lethal effects, they can be compared more or less with the collection of superficial data. Then uniqueness is something that, in terms of information, we still don't have access to. We still don't have any even adequate approximate numbers or parameters to measure the influence, the impact which we are already experiencing now. This can only be done after the active stage of the war is over. We have to record and fix on paper everything that we observe, pay attention to all of the extraordinary circumstances, everything which is out of ordinary. It's our obligation as scientists, even if that will take some research expeditions bordering on the areas of hostilities, which would also put the lives of scientists in danger. Well, in the first place, we need to take care of security measures, and not only for the researchers themselves, but the people that accompany them. We cannot endanger military personnel or law enforcement agents who work in such areas. We don't want any unnecessary wanton victims. Okay, Paul, there's another question I wanted to ask you, talking about dolphins, for us to wrap up on this topic, but let's have a slightly philosophical take on it. You are a scientist who has been studying the life of dolphins a lot. So what do you think we as humans could borrow, could embrace from the lives of these unique creatures? Maybe some conclusions that you could draw and apply some of these meanings and senses to our everyday existence. I think it would be interesting, or at least it would help us. It wouldn't do us any wrong if we, just like dolphins, could learn to see the world and hear the world, hear each other, not just listen to, but hear one another, and make an acoustic picture of the world, just dolphins have it. Because seeing is not enough, sight is not sufficient. You need to take heed of each other. Besides, I think it would be also fascinating to exist in a way like dolphins in a three-dimensional space, to see the events not in just one dimension, but to find out that there are more dimensions than just one. These are, I think, two major takeaways that we can borrow from dolphins. As a follow-up on your opinion, on your thoughts, these two lessons learned, if we could see through the prism of hearing this voluminous vision, the picture of what's happening in Ukraine right now, the things that we have in common with the global ecosystem in terms of interesting developments, startups, and locations of different facilities from the standpoint of research on the global map, scientific map, I mean, for the scientific community, in what way can Ukraine be of interest? It goes without saying that the world cannot exist without any of its parts. Likewise, the world cannot exist without Ukraine, like without any other space or spot on Earth. But talking more subjectively, what Ukraine is for the world, what Ukraine is for Europe. First and foremost, Ukraine is a place where Europe touches the sea, and it's a unique maritime basin of the Black and Azov Seas, which is unique in its origin, in its physical and chemical properties. And as a result of that, it's also unique for biota. This is a relict basin which contains the remains of the ocean, which was in this place tens of millions of years ago. And the implications of that are the fact that Ukraine contains these unique biota species. We have centers of that in different locations of Ukraine, and these locations are mountainous areas and regions like the Carpathian Mountains. And in addition to that, these are rivers, the Dniester and South Bug, and most importantly, the Black Sea coastal area, which is the number one center in terms of endemisms. There are animals, plant species, which can never be found anywhere else in the world. So Ukraine is of value as a coastal state, as a place where Europe meets the sea. The European Union has the access to the Black Sea in the area of Romania and Bulgaria, and this is the coastal line of about several hundred kilometers. And together with Ukraine, this coastal line will comprise more than 2,000 kilometers, you see. Another point is Ukraine is part of Eastern Europe. It's that section of Europe which is turned to its southeastern vicinities, which means Ukraine is the main target for desertification as a result of the global climate changes. We unfortunately anticipate a lot of arid areas to occur in Europe, and this will be happening near the Caspian areas, and then near the Black Sea, and Ukraine in particular will be touched with that. Now they keep talking about the fact that Ukraine is the breadbasket, it's the source of food and grain and cereal crops for Asia and Africa. That's one, and that's important. But along with that, what needs to be understood is that something that may change in some 50 or 100 years from now is a global challenge for the whole human race, and the mankind needs to overcome this challenge in order to preserve this breadbasket, so that within the nearest century, Ukraine can truly become a place where new technologies for the coexistence of mankind and the sea and the coexistence of the desert and men can come to life. Thank you, Paul. It seems to me it's been a very interesting and qualitative introduction and preface to global visionary things we're going to engage in talking now. Someone who has helped me to open this panel is Pavlo Goldin, who is a paleontologist, zoologist, and a specialist in mammal species. Thank you very much indeed. Now we are moving on to the part of our public talk. And the rules are going to be very plain and simple. I'm not going to interrupt the speakers with any questions. I'm not going to make any incursions on what's said, but instead we are going to submerge in a range of different ideas to be laid out by each of the panelists. And the first to be given the floor to is Evgeny Diky, who is a Ukrainian scientist, publicist, and a candidate of biological sciences, who is right now involved in the hostilities. He is in the ranks of the armed forces of Ukraine. Hello, dear friends. After such an introduction, I wouldn't like to start with any clarifications. I'm not a military man. I simply had to participate in the hostilities, which doesn't make me a military professional at all. But I am a professional in biology and ecology. Over the last years, I have been the chief of the Ukrainian Scientific Center, which unfortunately, you know, well, authorities change in Ukraine. Disasters, catastrophes come and go, wars come and go, but something remains unchanged. The Antarctic Center keeps being called the Arctic Center, so people don't see the difference between the south or the North Pole, despite all changes happening to the society. But that's all right. That's on the side note, and just to have you smiling. Let me now get more serious. Honestly speaking, I was vacillating whether or not to participate in today's event, because outside we have the war going on, and your circle of communication, including scientists and academics, are either on the front line or they're volunteering, and right now I am volunteering like them. And it doesn't seem to be the proper time for the considerations which are not directly to do with our survival or victory in this war. However, because this war gets protracted, we need to live it through, we need to stay with it for quite some time. Immediately, another question comes to the forefront. We have to get ourselves ready that a substantial period of our time will have to be spent in the conditions of war. And another question becomes valuable for us. The war is going on. We have to do everything that we can for the sake of victory. And along with that, we need to muse over what needs to be done the first day after the victory comes. And in this sense, I think our today's forum can be of great benefit. It seems to me that we already have to develop our visions of our country to become, how it's going to become, it's going to become after the victory. And the environmental dimension is one of those things, one of those considerations. In this short public talk, I'm not going to broach on the subject of the impact of this war, because it is a war indeed. A lot has been said about it even today, for the main reason being that at this point, our information is very limited in terms of what impact this war has on the environment. We can just make various kinds of suppositions. We have some brief information. We can also make different conjectures and surmises. But the key message that I would like to get across to you is that immediately after the war is over, one of the first assignments, and of course these assignments will have to be set for the implementation immediately after the victory is gained. I mean, we will have to do the stock of the condition of our environment. The point is that throughout the latest 8 years, immediately after we signed the association agreement with the EU, a lot of work has already been done. So our system of environmental observation, assessing environmental condition, this comprehensive notion of environmental monitoring has been changed and tailored to the contemporary European standards. A lot of people have gained their training. They have been to European laboratories for learning. And a lot has been adapted and adjusted, a lot from the European methodology in order to monitor the state of the environment. And there are a few people who possess the knowledge of this methodology and this vision, because the contemporary monitoring of the environment is vastly different from the old Soviet school, something that we used to study in our student years. But there's a vast difference between them and between how this environment needs to be monitored on a constant basis. Based on some directives issued by the EU and the framework directive maritime framework and water framework directives issued by the EU, the first screening was carried out. It was the baseline, the level that we started from in terms of our environmental policies was very granulated. So certain stock was taken in order to see the condition, and the next step to be taken was to develop a series of measures in order to improve the condition of the environment. And unfortunately, the war burst out. This war leveled out all of the work in terms of the definition of these baseline studies, because in the course of this war, our ecological systems will definitely be so vastly affected that in the first place, we'll have to start from scratch in terms of doing the stock again. Once again, we will have to start from scratch and scan the condition of our seas, our rivers, to see the condition of our forestries after the hostilities are over. It's a huge assignment. It's really laborious, and it's of course costly. So it needs to be already put at the top of the agenda for the future recovery and restoration of Ukraine. And these plans are already being developed. What institutions will be involved, which parameters will have to be screened in the first place. And in fact, we preliminarily have to begin to count how much it's going to cost us, because we already need to see approximately the amount of funding. Understand that there will be reparations confiscated from the culpable Russian Federation. If not, there will be a more deplorable situation. These will be the funds allocated by the European Union, but anyway, some money will immediately come to the country after the hostilities are over. So we need to fix this point and make sure that one of the first measures, priority measures in the post-war recovery and restoration will be this large-scale screening and scanning of the condition of our ecosystems after the hostilities are over in Ukraine. Also, it goes without saying, it's evident that many infrastructural objects, facilities, administrative systems after this war will never be the same. Because some of the people have already moved out, relocated, some have changed jobs, some parts of the infrastructures have been devastated. It's horrible, of course, but like any other problem, it may remain a problem, but it may also open a window of opportunity. And the fact that our monitoring system of the environment will definitely be considerably destroyed by this water. It's a fact. And as a starting point, we need to begin to develop the ideas concerning the post-war fully Euro-integrated system of environmental monitoring. There are different visions in this respect now. Before the war, there was no consensus concerning the system of monitoring for Ukraine, more or less in terms of the sea. There was a single vision because the sea is an extremely valuable area. The fleet has to play here an important thing, but the implementation of Water EU Directive enjoyed full clarity in Ukraine, but still there was no full clarity concerning which line ministries would be responsible for what. And in terms of the elements of our ecosystems, forests, for instance, a lot needs to be done. So surprising as it may be now, during this protracted stage of our war, the time that we are not volunteering or fighting, we need to dedicate exactly to this. In the expert environment, both ministries and NGOs already have to make a report or a document concerning this monitoring. We need to get ready for this large-scale scanning after the war is over and draw an approximate scheme of how we will see this future, this would-be monitoring, because, as I said, we will have to do it from scratch. Possibly, we may even revert to the point that we will need to establish a nationwide agency to coordinate all of this work with coordination of the monitoring work. Previously, we had some services responsible for that. We're not going to say if these services did their work properly or improperly. Everything was done, as I understand it, completely sufficiently in line with the requirements of the 20th century. The 21st century brought its own requirements. And when this service became subordinated to the emergency service, I say that it's not the correct relevance. And probably it makes sense to revert to this issue, reconsider it, revise it, and make sure that the service, which is losing its employees, but the skeleton still remains, the core personnel still remains, maybe it should be once again referred to the Ministry of Environment, and this will become the foundation for the monitoring system of the environment. It's just one of the versions. Once again, we still don't have a ready-made decision. And I believe that now is the time in the expert circles to start elaborating such decisions. We must make sure that we remember about this large-scale assessment of our environment in the first months, to be carried out in the first months immediately after the victory is gained. So these are my first insights. Thank you, Mr. Yevgeny. Indeed, a very interesting message that you sent to us. What we will be busy doing the first day after we gain victory. And I think this is the message that each of us needs to get thinking of, because my foundation, we have seen some very interesting results of a survey conducted among 100 entrepreneurs about the condition of their business before the war. And we observed there was a certain gap of 2, 3 weeks, 10 days, when people couldn't understand what was going on and what their reaction should be. Then we took it in other contexts, art, science, and we saw that this was a general reaction of all human beings. People found themselves trapped or stranded in these circumstances of uncertainty. All of us are right now in this uncertainty, which unfortunately has become already a certainty for us. We are already used to the point that basically we have no time for no other reaction other than an active social stance, be able to feel that we are all citizens of this country, whether we are employees or employers. So the question about what are you going to do after the war is over, it's something that's going to combine people no matter what their jobs or professions are, if they feel true citizens of this country. So thank you very much for this message. And truly, the war enables us all to drastically see some things highlighted from another angle, and the monitoring service, the existence, the establishment of this service is probably something that needs to be put at the top of the agenda. So thank you very much for the substantive talk. The next one that I would like to give the floor to is Marina Ratushna, and she is an expert in air contamination. She's a representative of the Center of Environmental Actions, ECHO Action. There are different ideas and different sayings. People say, who's your friend? I say, who you are. You are what you eat. You are what you read. These are sagacious phrases. But I think that everything needs to start from the context of we are the people. What makes us people is the air that we breathe. And I think that Marina will be talking exactly about that. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about what my public organization is busy dealing with during this heavy ordeal for our country, for all the people to see what's going on in terms of environment. I have a presentation, and would you kindly share the screen? Let me start by saying, get slide 2, please. So let me start by saying that every one of us once heard a word ecocide and crimes against the environment. What is my company, Ecodia Active, doing now? We're collecting various kinds of information. Ecocide, you may see, according to the criminal code of Ukraine, is massive destruction of plant, of animal life, poisoning the atmosphere, water resources, and causing other actions that can entail an environmental disaster. If we go to international law, then this notion covers purposeful negative impact on the environment during military campaigns. Likewise, talking about crimes against the environment, in accordance with the criminal code of Ukraine, we're talking about it being an offense against the environment and its separate elements. And there is also a section in the criminal code which is called crimes and offenses against the environment. Next slide. My non-governmental organization, what does this engage in? With the commencement of the full-scale war in Ukraine, we began to collect facts about all of the instances and cases that can potentially negatively impact the environment. We collect these facts from open sources and have already shaped an interactive map. And the purpose of this activity for my organization in particular is communicating the potential impact of the war on the population of Ukraine and the environment of Ukraine, so that these facts can also be used in order to require further operations from Russia. Next slide, please. On the slide, you can see the map, an interactive map compiled as a result of the monitoring that we are carrying out. As of today, we have already recorded more than 300 such instances that can potentially be ruinous to the environment. In addition to recording these instances, you can see different fragmentation in terms of the regions of Ukraine and categories, the impact on ecosystems, attacks on the industry and energy production facilities. We may also see the first 3 regions that suffered most, but let me stress that what we mean by that is not starting and recording these instances from 2014, but over the last 100 days of the full-scale war in Ukraine. And I would like to start by talking about explosions in oil refineries. You will see that in the next slide. The first thing that the Russian aggression was concentrated on in Ukraine was destroying the storages of fuel, and the latest information tells us that 27 oil refineries have already been destroyed, and the results of these carnage is already about $27 million. We're not talking about environmental damage, it's just the damage in terms of the destruction of the facilities. 37 oil infrastructural facilities have been hit. And you remember yesterday in Kremenchuk, an oil refinery was hit. We did not include that on our map. The beginning was on the 27th of February, then on the 12th of March, some of the missile hits in the village of Krychki on one of the oil refineries in Kiev region. The 9th of March, 6 reservoirs of fuel, oil refinery in Chernihiv. And of the information that I have just mentioned, the number of these hits, the explosions were also recorded in a number of our regions, such as Zhytomyr, Lugansk, Sumy regions. It's easier to say where it was not recorded.
Перші розрахунки саме екологічних втрат від таких обстрілів. І, наприклад, 3 об'єкти нафтобаз, по яким було здійснено обстріл у Житомирській та Рівненській областях. Розрахована шкода внаслідок викидів в атмосферне повітря, це розраховується Державною екологічною інспекцією, певне напрацювання певною робочою групою, і такі збитки становлять майже 225 мільйонів гривень. Варто сказати, що від пожеж на нафтобазах в атмосферне повітря потрапляють і сажа, і діоксид сірки, важкі метали тощо. Продукти горіння шкодять здоров'ю людей і потім, потрапляючи у ґрунт, забруднюючи речовини, згодом погіршує якість поверхневих і підземних вод. Крім того, такі пожежі можуть призводити до кислотних дощів. Тому, повертаючись до першого питання, можна тепер подумати, як же виглядає та людина, яка ось може дихати таким забрудненим повітрям. Можна, будь ласка, наступний слайд. Наступна тема, про яку я б хотіла розказати, це атаки на промисловість. Коли ми з вами говоримо про промисловість, можливо, одразу згадуємо хімічну, важку промисловість, але я сьогодні трошечки розкажу про агропромисловість. І російські окупанти обстрілюють об'єкти промисловості, такі, які, я вже говорила, і хімічні, і металообробні заводи, склади з мінеральними добривами, лакофарбовими матеріалами тощо. Тут на фото є пожежа, яка виникла внаслідок ракетного обстрілу 18 березня у Сумах. Горів склад з понад 200 тоннами фарбою лаку і площею більше ніж 6 тисяч квадратних метрів. Також розрахована втрата через викиди в атмосферне повітря, саме були викиди токсичних продуктів горіння, і така шкода становить майже 2 мільйони гривень. 21 березня стався витік аміаку на хімічному підприємстві «Сумихімпром», і здійснювалися роботи щодо осадження аміачної хмари, і також розраховані збитки саме викидів в атмосферне повітря, вони становлять 5 мільйонів гривень. Крім того, ви бачите зверху зліва фото, це падіж курей, він був зафіксований на Херсонщині. 10 квітня, через що Херсонщина опинилася на межі катастрофи. Це був падіж 4 мільйонів курей на Чорнобаївській фабриці. Окупанти вивели з ладу місцеву електростанцію, позбавили персонал можливості годувати птицю і вивозити готову продукцію. І таку ж саму тактику країна-агресор застосувала і на інших 3 птахофабриках. 2 березня, ще виходить до того, як це трапилось на Херсонщині, у Харківській та, знову ж таки, у Херсонській області. Крім того, на Харківщині окупанти знищили агропромисловий комплекс. Його фотографія є нижня стрічка і посередині фото. Збитки від такого руйнування довкіллю складають більше ніж 14 мільярдів гривень, і в результаті таких дій було зафіксовано приміщення підприємства, яке дуже пошкоджене, повністю знищена інфраструктура, вбито худобу корів, яка до цього вирощувалася на підприємстві. Можна, будь ласка, наступний слайд. Це окупація Чорнобильської та Запорізької атомних електростанцій. У зоні відчуження та на об'єктах Чорнобильської атомної станції продовжується робота з ліквідації наслідків окупації російськими військами, і така окупація тривала більше ніж місяць, а саме 35 днів. І попередні розрахунки оцінює збитки від такої окупації у майже 2,5 мільярди гривень. З чого взагалі все починалося? З того, що на Чорнобильській електростанції 9 березня окупанти пошкодили лінію електропередач і таким чином знеструмили станцію, а за відсутності енергопостачання насоси, що забезпечували постійне охолодження відпрацьованого ядерного палива у басейнах витримки, не працювали. І як результат могло відбутися перегрівання відходів ядерного палива та зростання температури води у басейнах, що потенційно може призвести до паріння та викидів радіоактивних речовин у довкілля. І як результат ці радіоактивні речовини могли бути перенесені вітром як і в інші регіони України, а також країни Європи, Білорусі і Росії. Але, на щастя, українські енергетики полагодили високовольтну лінію, і вже 31 березня була інформація про те, що російські окупанти виходять із території ЧАЕС. Але їх перебування не було вже таким безпечним у зоні відчуження. Ви бачите на фотографії, яка знаходиться посередині, це аерознімок. Справа в тому, що росіяни рили окопи у рудому лісі, отак от виглядає їх робота, і радіоактивні речовини зосереджені саме в ґрунтах, тож копання цих окопів без спеціального захисту і вдихання піднятого через це пил, контакт зі шкірою має свої наслідки. Якщо ж, крім того, ще й пересування важкої техніки цією частиною, цією територією, і є оцінки, що під час відступу російських військ із Київщини пройшло близько 10 тисяч одиниць російської техніки цим шляхом. Однак, і не можу сказати, що ядерний тероризм Росії припинився, оскільки Запорізька атомна електростанція досі знаходиться під контролем росіян, і це продовжує загрожувати радіаційній безпеці світу. Все почалося приблизно так само, як і на Чорнобильській атомній електростанції. Зафіксовано пошкодження лінії електропередач, була пожежа і підрив окупантами боєприпасів. І крім того, ядерна безпека продовжує перебувати під загрозою, оскільки російська армія використовує територію атомної електростанції як військову базу. І варто зазначити, що недостатня кількість уваги і українських, і іноземних
that there is a lack of attention by both Ukrainian and international reporters riveted to the occupation of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. We also have Russian cruise missiles which fly dangerously close to nuclear power plants. For example, on April 26th, which was the day of Chernobyl disaster, one of such flights was recorded near Zaporizhzhia underground station. On the 26th, it was also near Khmelnytsk nuclear power plant, and recently near Pivdенно-Ukrainska or South Ukrainian nuclear power plant. And at this point, I would like to bring my presentation to a close. But would you kindly give me the next slide? Because I would like to invite all of the listeners to become the friends of Eco Action, to become subscribers, and to get interested in what's happening as a result of the hostilities, what's happening in politics, what principles of green restoration will be and how they're going to be implemented in life. So please follow our hashtag and RQ and follow our life, our activities. Thank you very much, Marina. Thank you for your work, for the work of your organization, because it truly is magnificent and impactful. And before we finish, I would like you to answer one more philosophical question, if you please. When I follow and observe the amount of danger and damage inflicted by Russia on us, on Ukraine, I do not even ask myself a question that some generals or people are planning this war, some offensives, and taking into account different environmental points. I am more than sure they never have such considerations. But what do you think? Will humanity at one point come to this station in life when they will begin to take into account the interests of nature prior to causing any aggressive actions against one another? Maybe they will try to mitigate some of their military actions and hostilities, or will it become possible only when we evolve in a new kind of species of Homo sapiens who will reject the idea of war as such altogether? Well, naturally, of course, I would like for people to reject the existence of war for themselves and would never get back to such actions. It's sad for me to say so, it's really regretful. But the current war will probably have to show people how much it influences not only the infrastructure that can be restored, but how much it's ruinous for the environment and the health, not only of the people who live today, but the future generations. In other words, we cannot fully see the ramifications for the future. Therefore, your question is really philosophical and it's a good one. Of course, it would be more desirable for people never to hear or say the word war and never revert to this notion and their existence. Thank you. Thank you. It's a great pleasure for me also to give the floor to our next participant. I would like to give the floor to Alexei Vasylyuk, who is the chief of the Ukrainian Environmental Protection Group. In the context of our today's conversation, I'm more than sure that Alexei has some things to say. Can you hear me well? Yes, we can see and hear you perfectly well. Wonderful. Because I don't know how about other participants. I'm an internally displaced person and I'm on my mobile telephone with you. The point I'm trying to make is there's a lot to be said, but not much time left. In the first place, I am a colleague of my predecessors. We worked in the same zoology institute. I'm also a zoologist, just like Pavlo and Yevgen. And the lady from Eco Action, represents the organization which forked from one organization, Ukrainian Nature Protection Organization. We are an organization of environmentalists. We try to take care of nature. We are all biologists. For example, I work at the Institute of Zoology. Some are engaged in the Institute of Biology. You see, we don't have an Institute of Environmental Protection as a separate institution where all of us could work together. Therefore, we set up this public organization, an NGO, which, let us put it this way, combines the efforts of biologists in best interests of nature. Well, it's not a secret that the environment is always affected by any wars, and international legislation speaks about that. The Geneva Convention and other international treaties which refer to the rules and customs of war. They say that no wars should be engaged in a way that it harms the environment, and massive destruction weapons cannot be applied for the same reason. And I don't know if these restrictions are considered by any of the governments, and if anyone engages in military campaigns according to international treaties. I never get interested in that. I never read about that. Nevertheless, it's not a secret, and it's no surprise that on the 6th of November last year, by the initiative of UN, we began to celebrate the Day of Preventing Damage to the Environment as a result of hostilities or war conflicts, military conflicts. I don't think it's a conflict that we are experiencing, but the International Day is called that way. Any war harms the environment in the first place, because people are not that many in comparison with other living beings and creatures in the world. You may take a handful of land and there may be thousands of living creatures in that, different organisms that shape and form the soil. They may be up to 8,000, and how many of those are in the territory of Ukraine? Of course, many more than people that inhabit Ukraine. So any chemical impact, if that happens also in water, where there are also implosion impact waves, any implosion, any explosion can guarantee the death of thousands of living creatures, although it may not cause death of people. So definitely war is harmful to the environment. It destroys landscapes. And recently we posted on our website an overview. For example, in France, after the First World War, which is 104 years ago, they had thousands and thousands of hectares of land, which unfortunately cannot be cultivated anymore. So these are natural reserves, parks. They have lots of frogs, birds, but people don't do anything there. People are banned from entering these areas. I'm not talking on politics because I'm not savvy about international politics, but everyone keeps talking about France these days, and France, which evidently is a much better developed country than Ukraine. Once again, over the last 104 years, the battle areas were all committed to nature. So probably French people know more, something that they don't even talk about in Ukraine. And if you look at the satellite imagery along the whole contact line, not only in the territory which is occupied, but where the hostilities are in full scale, there's no much difference between what happened to France, but nobody's talking about doing the same as in France. I was at one of the events initiated by the World Bank concerning food crunch, etc. Everybody was talking, as soon as the armed forces liberate our country, we will immediately sow crops. Our people are ready to save the whole world from food crisis, and communities say we will be able to contribute to that. Farmers say yes, we will stand by you too. But I am not sure that this land can become suitable for agricultural purposes. And we may ask the French, you have the French zone, are you ready to buy the crops grown in the red zone, similar to your red zone, where for 104 years you haven't even stepped in. I'm not sure that they will agree to buy such cereals or crops, or at least make their bread with such cereals or crops. They're not even raising this issue. They simply say about demining, about liberation of these territories. Maybe we will never use these lands, the lands of hostilities, anymore. I got slightly sidetracked from what I was thinking of talking about at first. But anyway, war causes a lot of damage, ruin in nature likewise. The result of emissions, the destruction of the landscapes with heavy machinery, trucks that destroys small animals, results erosion and long-term negative impact. Of course, forest fires or fires in the steppes, because right now the war is all in the steppe area, and I'm not sure that somebody will be planting new forests in the place of the forests which are burning down right now. And the largest in scale, from my perspective, in terms of ruin and devastation, is the chemical ramifications of explosions, because these are all reactives that make explosions. Any explosion of munitions, I don't know how many thousand of these munitions explode every day. Each of the munitions detonates, and 100% of that either gets into the environment and then as the rain falls out, or later on it will be carried away, transported somewhere. There is sulfur, heavy metals in that sulfur. For instance, from school you may remember what happens when sulfur gets in touch with water. Of course, there is sulfuric acid. If you in contact with that, wash that with water. We knew that from the times of our chemical lessons at school. But the whole area of hostilities right now is covered with this sulfuric powder. So now when they say that this is burned out area, when we talk about war, this may not necessarily be the results of the fire, but this is the place where remnants of acid remain. Once, when we were looking at satellite imagery, studying the intensity of the military drills near Kerch, they have a Pulk military range. You can realistically see that with time, plant life burns out exactly in the area where the military drills, military wars were conducted. It was in the area of steppes, and it was very visible. Somehow, once again, nobody's talking about. And lastly, technogenic contamination. When facilities get ruined, at any chemical facility, there are always storages of chemicals that cannot be treated. And there are some ones that can be treated. Azovstal, for instance, Sumachimprom, Azot, manufacturing facilities, the titles of which we get to hear about. Have they ever spoken about the fact that the water treatment facilities get destroyed there? I've never seen or heard any mentioning of that. Theoretically speaking, they are there. Maybe they get ruined, and then a lot of this waste gets into the environment. But once again, the area of hostilities, regrettably, I agree with the previous speakers, it's a special area, not only for Ukraine, but for the whole of Europe and the whole world. Ukraine in this area enjoys a huge area of steppes. These steppes are all spread all the way to Russia too. They will never become part of Europe, but at least we can ensure the protection of the steppes. Let's open Article 6 of the Geneva Convention. This is the main document that determines which plant and animal life needs to be protected. According to this document, they study which animals need to be included into the emerald measures. This is the key major environmental protection document. And they speak about, there are included a third of the species living in Ukraine, in the Ukrainian steppes. They are all unique, they are all rare. We only have a couple percent left of what used to reside there. I'm not even talking about cranes or eagles or goose living in and residing, inhabiting these habitats. And right now, these hostilities are taking place exactly in that area, so they can be completely devastated. In the Donetsk region, there is the natural reserve called Stone Graves. There are 2 species of plant life that grow only there, nowhere else. You can imagine that maybe a missile or a rocket explodes and these species get obliterated. They also have special species of ants. What's so special about ants? But once again, there are very specific kinds of species of ants that live once again in the area of the Azov Sea. So once again, they can be obliterated from the face of Ukraine and from the face of the earth. In Mykolaiv region, which is liberated, but we cannot get there, there are also types of flowers, cornflower, the most scenic ones, and they look pretty much like pearls. The area of population is 15 hectares, and for the other species is 35 hectares. I don't know, I only hope that they will survive these hostilities. Once again, I'm not sure, and I cannot verify if these plants continue to live and exist after what happened in the first months of the aggression. Therefore, all of this is really significant. If we think back to the uniqueness of nature, of the water area around the Crimea, the Azov Sea, Pavlo will definitely confirm the truth of these facts. We can open the Red Book of Ukraine. The endangered species of Ukraine are all listed there. We can see how many species are represented in the Azov Sea. And if something happens in terms of chemical substances getting into the waters, this life will be simply ruined. I made myself a crib to make sure that nothing accepts my notice. One more important point to mention: how can we find out about news? I agree with Yevgen that we have to get ready for holding the inventory stock, especially of the areas of the hostilities. I agree with Yevgen that we have to record every idea. We cannot get to these areas right now, but still, we are no experts. And in order to understand something that we don't know for sure, something that hasn't been said to us for sure, something that we haven't read for sure, we cannot be convinced of that. When talking about bird species today, in the south of Ukraine, and we talk about the southern part of Ukraine, in the estuaries of the Dnipro River all the way to the Danube River, these birds nestle along the Black and Azov Sea. Some of them stay there open during winter, some of them fly over to Greece, to Africa, but storks, pelicans, all of them stay here. In addition to the Danube natural, besides the Danube natural reserve, all of the other natural parks right now are in the area of the hostilities. In Belosaraysk region, which is very close to Mariupol, no birds, no pelicans are there right now, right? They have been driven away with the horrors of the war. No colonial bird will never remain there because there is such noise pollution. They have flown away. These colonial birds can travel thousands of kilometers. They may have flown somewhere to the Caspian Sea and maybe to the Romanian part of the Danube. We don't know, but we know for sure that they are not remaining in Ukraine. This is the puzzle for us for the future, to find out what happened. In terms of fakes and fake information, I am bound to say that unfortunately there are many organizations which are not present here and are not specialists, try to manifest themselves. It's a wonderful topic, very proper topic, the impact of war on the environment. But where can one get information from? Only from the news updates. And we can never trust the news because we live in the information warfare. Even when we talk about oil refineries, they speak about losses. They only speak about losses in terms of destruction. But in news updates, they say so much fuel was lost, so many refineries and facilities were ruined. But I remember very well when in 2015, near us, one of the oil refineries burned. Even the firefighters burned, and it burned and burned for several weeks until everything burnt out. And now they managed to put out the fire in a couple of hours. This looks pretty much unimaginable. So I hope that there was no fuel in those oil refineries. Otherwise, they would have been burning for weeks and weeks and not for 3 hours, as it was reported in the majority of cases. Once again, everyone keeps talking about that. They speak about the losses incurred as if all of the oil was there indeed. But everyone keeps talking about that. Azovstal, they say that nitric acid is penetrating, some emissions are getting into the Azov Sea, but that is impossible, it's a gas. And still they keep reiterating it on the news. So this is all falsehood, it's all fake. As a result of bombardments against Azovstal, they also reported a lot of different losses, a lot of different damages. I don't doubt that these bombardments of Azovstal, the sulfur infiltrated into the sea, but this has nothing to do with the work of Azovstal itself, because it hasn't been operational since the month of March. But still, everyone keeps repeating that in Kharkiv region, they destroyed a genetic bank that contained different species of different plant life and animals contained there for 300 years. But once again, guys, we could never preserve anything for as long as that. It's the times of immemorial. You can imagine 160 types and species. And then they said, oh, well, it was just one room which contained the cereals, the samples of cereals to be sown this year, and phosphorus bombs. Once again, there's not a single point of evidence that they use this phosphorus munitions, but they keep repeating about damages incurred as a result of using these munitions. I would like to get the evidence. Nobody is presenting this evidence. No side, no party involved in this conflict. And last but not least, everybody speaks about offenses or crimes against the environment. There is just one type of crime, the violation of the Geneva Convention. The rest is evidence and proof. Ministries, ecological inspections, they say about 160 offenses or crimes. No, there's just one crime, 260 instances. And environmentalists from the respective services, they corrected me in my day, and I want to correct everyone. I think that everybody should be literate. Despite all of the tragic of the things happening, it's not so bad for the nature, because war is only touching upon people. Understandably, parks around Slavyansk and Liman are burning. This is most ruined object of natural protection. Nobody is putting it out. But still, Yevhen is right. We will have to get ready for the day after the victory is gained. We are helping the armed forces. We are helping the people who are occupied, the people who have become internal migrants. But the war is going to be over tomorrow. And what will follow? Restoration. 100%. Someone will give us a whole load of money to restore. We have our land. It's the most precious resource that we have. Whether it will be reparation money or Western money, for nature it doesn't matter, but everything will be restored with our resources. with our crushed stones, with cement. You can imagine, I have already heard up to 4 million people have partially damaged or ruined housing, maybe 1 million people. So you can imagine how many bricks, how much crushed stone, how much clay, special types of wood, and other resources it will take in order to build housing for 1 million people. In the history of Ukraine, we have never had such devastation of nature that will become the result of the necessity to restore this housing. Soon we'll become negative heroes with my counterparts. Soon they will be saying that we're working for someone wrong and someone bad, because we as if act against the restoration of Ukraine. But we need to start thinking about it now. Everybody needs to start thinking in the authorities about the fact that we cannot destroy nature for the sake of the recovery. It's a separate, serious issue. This will probably go as a question to city planners, etc. But our nature is already so much more ruined in comparison to European nations. 18% of each European country is a natural reserve, and in our country, only 2% of land is a natural reserve. So you can imagine if right now we begin to destroy that nature to overcome humanitarian crisis, then we will end up that half of Ukraine was destroyed by Russia and another half of Ukraine will be destroyed by us. But we cannot end on this negative note. I know about that. So I hope that we will be wise enough. Somebody will take heed of the specialist words. We are open to cooperation and collaboration with everyone present in this panel discussion. Nevertheless, there is a ray of hope. Some territories will be less utilized in the future. Let's think back to Chernobyl area. Some 30 years ago, everybody is afraid of it, and now all biologists dream about going there because this is the biggest green zone in the center of Europe. So I think if Ukraine thinks of not cultivated, contaminated land in the south and east of Ukraine after the war, I think it will be fantastic news for nature. Some 20, 30 years after the end of the war, we will be going there to explore this wild nature, but not as the fields of not as battlefields. So there is a side of light to this situation that we are experiencing. Thank you very much for your substantive talk. We unfortunately have very little time left, and we have 2 more presentations to go through. And we would like to give everyone an opportunity to speak on the point, on the topic. That's why let us divide this time between Oleg Savitsky, a specialist in energy issues, a board member of EcoDia, EcoAction, non-government organization. Good afternoon. Part of the information which I wanted to communicate to you has already been vocalized by my colleague Marina Ratushna with reference to Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. I can add some details on this facility and stress for the people living in Europe that this is the largest nuclear facility in Europe, the largest nuclear power plant, which contains not only 6 nuclear reactors, but also a huge storage of spent nuclear fuel. 174 concrete containers store a great amount of radioactive materials. And this facility, after it has been seized by Russia, poses a great threat to the whole world. And what happened on March 4th this year and further actions around this facility cannot be qualified other than nuclear terrorism. Russian occupiers, when seizing this facility, shelled the the first energy block in particular, and the shells which remained, which did not detonate, were detonated by the soldiers in the territory of the facility nearby the nuclear blocks. Could you kindly present my presentation, because there are a few slides that I would like to introduce to you, and add by saying that international response to this unprecedented threat was pretty weak from my perception, and international institutions, unfortunately, demonstrate their incapacity to take this situation seriously, and we see deep concern, various statements, but very little specific activity to stop the Russian aggression and get them withdraw their troops and thus stop presenting a danger to the whole world. The director of International Atomic Energy Agency has been talking about this repeatedly. This individual reported this following day after Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant was seized. Here in the slide, he's reporting about the results of the seizure when tanks, as I said, were shelling the energy blocks. Next slide, please. This is the training center at Zaporizhzhia power plant, which was bombarded with the help of armored vehicles like tanks, etc. And part of these shells hit the first energy block, but fortunately, this concrete confinement was able to withstand the impact force. Next, please. This is Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. From Kakhovsky water reservoir angle, it was mined by the Russians. They installed implosion devices, probably with the aim of protecting this area from paratroopers or making this facility inaccessible to any action undertaken by the Ukrainian armed forces. But I very much doubt that Ukraine will opt for the same activities that the Russian aggressors carried out. Clearly, this facility has to be forwarded to Ukraine in a peaceful manner. There can be no further confrontation around it. And the fact that a huge amount of different military equipment is there and the coastal line is mined poses a huge threat to radioactive security of Europe. Next slide, please. So what should the response of the world be to such actions? Be reminded that Rosatom was active in the seizure of this nuclear power plant. Now there are more than 10 employees of Rosatom employed in this facility, and there are even statements made that Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant will have to be forwarded as a possession of Rosatom. So it has to be made a Russian possession. Once again, all of the norms of international law get violated as a result, and it goes beyond all common sense, because it cannot be done even if we very much wish so, because the personnel of the nuclear power plant count several thousand people, and they will never agree to work for Rosatom. Rosatom is one of the largest in the world nuclear corporations, and here you can see some other logos of European organizations still in cooperation with Rosatom, ordering services from Rosatom or purchasing and procuring uranium concentrate concentrated fuel or other goods and services rendered by Rosatom, they still maintain financial relations with Rosatom. For us, it's very important for the European listeners to pose questions, to ask questions of their European governments, because governments have a stake in these organizations. Some of these organizations are fully state-owned. One of them, Fortum, is a Finnish energy company. And there are numerous questions why they haven't applied powerful sanctions against Rosatom, although Rosatom is directly involved in nuclear blackmail. Russia is also a big supplier of uranium concentrate, and uranium fuel to the European Union, which means that the treatment of nuclear energy generation has to be reconsidered. The Russian technologies have to be withdrawn from operation, and European countries need to find other suppliers of similar services independent of Russia. Powerful lobbyism in atomic energy is still appreciable, and it's absurd that in Ukraine now, both the government and the state-owned company are faced with tremendous challenges in terms of security, and they try to promote silly projects for the blocks that are not part that belongs to Ukraine, based on some American technologies and are outdated. These technologies, which are heavily promoted in Ukraine, are obsolete. So from my perspective, there is a very weird position, very weird stance. Along with that, it's dangerous, and it contradicts the challenges that we are confronted with, because on the one hand, it's a challenge of nuclear terrorism, and on the other hand, we are speaking about building new atomic power plants. I think it's insane. It's crazy, and therefore the general public needs to take it in its proper way. We need to respond to that. Thank you for your attention. One more thing to mention. This week, a decision of economic and environmental committees of the European Parliament was issued with a recommendation not to support the recommendation of the European Commission for including gas and nuclear infrastructure into the so-called grid taxonomy of the EU. The classification of projects that may draw state benefits and financial backing from the state-owned banks, from EBRD and the European Investment Bank in particular. In July, the European Parliament, I hope, will make visible not only in the way that assistance is given to the armed forces, regardless of the fact whether the people are in Ukraine or outside, but this passion is also visible in how we take environmental challenges. For me, the Ukrainian society pretty much looks like bees and a hive, where each of the bees is busy doing something, fighting like we are doing it right now against our enemy. First of all, we need to give credit to the heroic work of the State Emergency Service of Ukraine, the communal services in towns and cities, which work in extremely dangerous conditions, very unfavorable conditions at times. And in this way, Ukraine carries out the requirements of the international legislation in terms of mitigating the ramifications of hostilities. Our emergency services put out fires and deal with different effects and aftermaths of the impacts, making sure that they do not get spread to other territories. Unfortunately, it's not always possible to fight and put out fires effectively because of the danger in which people find themselves due to hostilities. But we need to give credit to our firefighters and the emergency services that are doing everything they can. Besides, we can also give another illustration of a powerful trend that unites everyone around it. I mean, NGOs. From day one, public organizations united and mobilized their networks and tried to change some of the existing tools in order to collect